Hello. Oh no, I'm off center. 1 minute. That's better. Welcome to Spooky Tuesday. I'm your host, Robot Spacer, and now I'm centered. Good to see you all. Valis, Hinton, hope you're well. Val, I looked at your comment for at least 20 seconds before I understood it. But yeah, we're not bad. We're alone, but not bad. That does mean we're starting to get a little hungry. And we still don't know where the dining hall is. We need to figure that out. I hope we can figure that out today. Yes, this is that channel for that one streaming guy, as long as by that one streaming guy, you mean me, Robot Spacer. So, Maupiti Island continues. Also, I forgot to mention this last week. But I have learned that the island in this game just uses the name of a real island. It has nothing else in common with the actual place. It's not even in the correct location in the sea. I can't remember where it is exactly in the game or in real life, but it's a completely different place. 6-7. I keep meaning to add text-to-speech for some of my alerts. 6-7 says, the Big 20? It seems like just yesterday I was watching this fellow play the Crimson Diamond demo, not 20 months. Oh gosh, that was the first stream you watched? That's awesome. Thank you so much for all your support. I appreciate it very, very much. 20 months, that's so long. You can just make stuff up in games? Yes? Yes. Sure? I think so. So I had some homework for myself for this game, and I didn't do most of it. I did consult the manual again to try to figure out if I was missing anything regarding using items you're holding, and I'm pretty sure the answer is no. The self menu should give us all the options that are available for the item we're holding. I also meant to transfer all of my notes into our new graph paper. I have a bunch of things I wrote down in here that are like time-based things that should be transferred into here. I think we also had a sheet of paper. Yeah, there it is. So that's got a couple things that need to go on the graph paper. So this is just going to be at the start of the stream now. It's graphing stream for probably 15 minutes or so. So let's get started on that, I guess. That was the first stream I saw you off her Twitter feed and clicked. Oh, nice. Okay. So we have pretty much the same thing here, just spread out a little bit more. And also the names are in a different order, which is going to make it fun. So 10. Oh, 10 is right at the top here. No, wait, that's 11. 10 is all the way up here. So 10 is this first group here, and we have Roy is at the pier. Bob is in his cabin. Chris also in his cabin. And actually, let's maybe go down a column at a time. Maybe that's easier. So we have Roy at 5 is at the saloon. I really need to extend some lines across here, but I don't want to mess with that right now. And we also have Bob at the saloon. Oh, Bob's at the saloon for a little while, I guess. So we also saw him there. I guess around 3:45 is what I was trying to indicate here. And then at 5 to 6, we saw Roy at North Beach. And he seemed like he was very, I mean, we were following him, so like that's really sketchy of us. So maybe that's the only reason he got defensive, because he saw us following him. But he, was very, he didn't want to talk to us after that. He was very untrusting of us after that. So to me, that made it seem like he was maybe up to something at North Beach. So I do think we will write that down. And then let's see, Bruce was also at the saloon from 4 to 5. I guess I kind of put this in the wrong spot. Let's move that. Oops, I should have used pencil. It's fine. Bruce. And then Chris is at the pier at that same time period. And after that, he is in the Bamboo's hold. Let's see, the Bamboo is that's the fishing boat. And that's everything from this sheet. So we don't need that anymore. And we just have a bunch of stuff in here that we need to transfer, including all the things we learned about the monkey statue. I really hope we can make some progress on that soon. I would love to learn more about that. I feel like it's got to be something interesting, right? It just seems like it's visually a very interesting location with the rising water. Like there's something happening. There's an inscription on it that we haven't been able to read because we die in the quicksand if we try to get close to it. There's at 5 a.m. the next day, a strongbox appears in the water there, which is very compelling. We get knocked out if we hang out there around 7 a.m. the next day. So at 1, oh, okay. Most of the time we were hanging out there was actually on the 1st, which is a day we don't have in our spreadsheet yet. But we do have 8 p.m. on the 31st. The water is high and the monkey is submerged. Okay. So 8 p.m. Water high. And I guess it seems, yeah, like it seems to be on a set 12-hour cycle. So most likely, Dan Van Dam, hello. Thank you so much for the raid. Great to see you all. I hope you had a good stream. We are just updating basically a on-paper spreadsheet about Maupiti Island, the game I've been playing. Oh, Ni no Kuni, Wrath of the White Witch. Wonderful. I hope you've been having a good time with that. Also, I'm Robot Spacer. Maupiti Island is a game from 1991. Actually, it was originally released in 90 for the Amiga, and then the DOS version, which is the one we're playing, came out in 91. It's also originally a French game, but of course we're playing it in English. My French isn't quite good enough to play a game that way. But welcome, y'all. So this game has like a constantly ticking clock, and things are constantly happening. Characters are moving around on the island and set like time schedules and stuff. So this spreadsheet has like the hours of the day and then different characters along the top. So I'm just making notes on where everybody is at different times of the day. I'm probably going a little overboard with this, but it's a very complicated game. So I'm fine with doing that, at least for now. Having a pretty fun time for sure. I was having a JRPG mood tonight. Nice. So let's see, where was I? We've got a bunch of notes in here that I'm transferring down to my spreadsheet. So Roy is at the saloon at 5 p.m. We probably already put that down. Yes. And North Beach at 6. And Bob is at the saloon at 5. I think we got that down as well. Yep. And Bruce also at the saloon at 5. Like, it seemed like there were a bunch of guys meeting up at the saloon at 5, basically. Which some of these guys are from the boat we came in on. Some of them are from the fishing boat. But they were all there at the same time, which is kind of interesting. Don't really know what they were doing at this point. Okay, notes from the next day we're not worrying about right now. Chris at 3 p.m. is at the well. We haven't learned too much about the well yet. It's just a well. We didn't seem to be able to do much with it. At 4 p.m. he was at Juste, and then at 4:30 at the pier. And then, oh, right. The reason we have so many notes about Chris is because we actually followed him for a little while, I think. That makes sense. And at 5:45, he's in the Bamboo's Hold, which is the fishing boat. Okay. Okay. Maggie at 11 a.m., Sue told us her eyes were red from crying. Maggie is here. So that's pretty early on the second day. Eyes red from crying. And I'll just add in parentheses that Sue told us that. Hopefully I can read that when I actually need that information. Juste, nothing on the first day. Monkey statue, we've already written that down. Okay, so that wasn't too bad. We've already transferred everything over. Eventually we'll have to transfer all the notes from the second day. Okay, we have wasted about an hour here while I've been talking and updating notes. So we'll load from, oh, right. So an interesting thing about this game is there's no load option in the game, which is actually mentioned in the manual. This is done intentionally to prevent you from backing up in time at any point. They really want you to just keep playing and not ever like restore to fix a mistake or whatever, or take some information you learned and go back to a previous save and use that information. They want you to just keep on going, which for the most part I'm fine with, but for a situation like this, we'll just go ahead and reboot the game. That's kind of the only way to do it. VGA and mouse. This game has a lot of depth behind it. Yeah, it really does. A very fascinating thing we learned last week is when you are talking to people. Silver Streak. 22? Thank you, Silver, for 22 months of support. That is many, many months. I appreciate all your support a lot. So as I was saying, we learned last week that there's this mechanic where you can remember basically any line of dialogue that someone says. And then you store it in a slot that's numbered like 1 through 8 or 1 through 9, I can't remember. And then later when you're talking to whoever, you can remember that line of dialogue to basically say, hey, this thing I heard contradicts what you're saying right now, which is just a super complex way of doing that because there's a huge number of lines of dialogue in the game and it works with apparently any of them. Save for. You can also open like pretty much anything you would realistically be able to open. And then search through it to try to find stuff. There are a huge number of items in the game, including like it seems like it's trying to be somewhat realistic about the items. So like, you know, there's compasses and guns and, you know, just different like items that multiple people might have. Like, you know, there's multiples of those items all over the place. So you can, you know, get the same thing in a lot of different ways. You have very like realistically limited inventory of 6 items, although you can stash things in pretty much any room. So that helps a little with that. Currently have a revolver, a ring, a lamp, and a cent, which I think is actually 5 cents, confusingly. But that's fine. Okay. So we left off. It is currently the 31st at 9. Wait. The clock is a little hard to read because the hour hand movement is not realistic. So I think this is probably 8:25, or maybe it's 9:25 actually. I think we'll know for sure in 5 minutes. Dinner, yes, please eat dinner, Silver. I highly recommend it. You probably got plenty of time to eat dinner before anything interesting actually happens. So we are currently in one of the boats we were searching. I don't recognize this room, and I can't remember where we left off. But I know we're done here, so let's go ahead back out to the pier. And we don't have a lot of notes. So on the first stream of this, I spent a lot of time investigating a monkey statue that's a very interesting location. And then last week, I restarted the game just because it seemed like we had wasted a lot of time, and it didn't seem like there was a lot of incentive to continue where we left off. So this is as far as we've gotten in this save, of course. And we don't have a lot of notes because I spent so much time on the monkey statue. I don't know a lot about what everyone else was doing. So I think we will just kind of explore around and see if we can... Oh, we have Bruce and Bob are here right now, so that's useful. I frequently miss the names on the side here. Just because they don't stand out a ton. So it's 8... Okay, so we can see now the hour hand has moved towards the 10. So it's 9:35. And we're at the pier with Bruce and Bob. So Bob is the captain from the ship we came in on. And then Bruce is the captain, I think, of the fishing boat. Let's talk to Bruce. No, Bob, our captain. Let's see. This is also a little fussy. There we go. What do you want? Oh, also, one of the big reasons we started over is because the first week we had a bug where we couldn't read anything. So I already knew I wanted to go back to some stuff we had missed. That is hopefully fixed now. I found 2 possible solutions to that. One was to modify a couple of bits with a hex editor, which is the patch I have made. Hopefully that doesn't cause any other issues. I also found a blog post from someone who had played the game and shared their own patch. At least I think it was one that they had made. But that website and the patch were long gone. So with the help of someone over on Sonnevelt's Discord, I contacted that person on Twitter just to see if they, might still have that around and could share it with me, just so we had a patch that was more likely to allow us to complete the game, or at least, from someone that had played more of the game. And they did get back to me and said they would have to dig it up. And then I also noticed that they're creative director of Silent Hill Ascension. And I was like, oh, geez, I'm wasting this person's time on this very old game they posted about once. And I felt really bad. But I will follow up with them if they're willing to dig that up. I certainly won't, bother them about it too much. Culinary, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. So, what can we ask Bob? Oh, right. Bob is the one that's really into Marie, which is maybe a little concerning. Let's ask about scheduling. So we can basically ask people what they're doing any time of the day. Let's see. We know he was in his cabin at 10. So let's ask what he was doing at 11.
I visited the island.
Well, yeah, that's a little vague, but okay. Colin says, doing all right. Finally finished all my shopping and I'm beat. Good. We went to Target today and there was a lot of people there. Too many people. Let's continue this.
I'm working.
Oh, wrong option. Working right now. Your scheduling is what we want. Let's see what he says about 11 to noon.
I visited the island.
Okay. Well, that's not a useful line of questioning, apparently. So in the debate menu, we have all these options that we have not really used. Memorize and remember is the mechanic I was talking about. Okay, so we have 9 slots there, which is wild. So, for example, we could now store in slot 1 that Bob said he was working from 11 to noon. So if we later learned he was doing something else, we could remember that line to contradict him. Absolutely terrified of that mechanic. Let's ask his opinion on the locked room. Is that the one at Maggie's? I think there are 2 locked doors I can think of. One at Maggie's building. I can't remember how that building is described. And then there was Juste's home, which we did find the key to. So let's see what he has to say about this.
I don't have anything to say about that.
Okay. It's probably something more useful to ask Maggie. Baltimore, good to see you. I've not been doing any shout outs here. Let's catch up with that. Silver Streak has been playing I can't remember the name of that Zelda-like game. 8-bit 3D dot Game Heroes, not 8-bit at all. There was a number, that much I got right. 3D dot Game Heroes, a game by FromSoft that's like a kind of a 3D voxel Zelda, which is really interesting. And also last Friday we played at dead of night and finally fucking beat it. And that was very satisfying. We defeated Jimmy. I thought there might be a chance that we couldn't do it. I thought there was a very good chance that we wouldn't do it. So it was great to finally pull it off. Got a press copy of 3D dot Game. I love that game. Nice. Salt Ranger, good to see you. A glorious victory, rising like a phoenix from the ashes. Yes, very much so. Okay. What have you noticed? There's lots of there's so many options here and it's hard to know what is useful, and there's just way more so than Murder Club. It seems absurd to try to just go through all of them. So I've been trying to not worry about that at all. My feeling is as we fill out the spreadsheet, we'll start to like notice things like, you know, somebody is at a place at a certain time, so maybe want to ask other people if they noticed things in that time period or something like that. But just to see, let's pick 5 to 6.
I was in the bar.
In the bar. Okay. 5 to 6. Yeah, I guess that's the same as the saloon. So we kind of already knew that. All right. That's enough Bob for now. Also, time is passing while you're having a conversation. So sometimes when you leave a conversation, like the character might go away. Let's talk to Bruce. Let's see. So Bruce.
Yes, sailor.
He's at the pier right now and is at the saloon at 4 or 5. Oh, Bruce we don't have a drawing of yet. So this is another thing I started doing last week. With Murder Club, we had a nice manual that included everyone's portraits, which was really useful because as with this game, when you're talking to someone, like it doesn't say their name below them. And in this case, you know, I clicked on his name to get here, but there's other contexts where you can, like if you go into a private room and someone is in there, you'll just start a conversation with them immediately. You know, it's a little bit like real life. You know, you can't avoid a person if you're going into their private space. So it just starts the conversation and it's like, okay, so who is this? So I figured I would just draw everyone and that way we would have a reference when we encounter someone in that scenario. Oops, that's not what I meant. I'm trying to find the right button. There we go. Zoom in. Perfect. So this is Bruce. One of those is you. It's exciting. I hope you're not the... No, I guess we don't really know. There's maybe some kidnapping involved here, possibly murder, but at this point we don't know. We know a woman named Marie has disappeared. And that's about it. Presumably not by her own choice, but honestly, we don't even know that for sure at this point. But one assumes some crimes are being committed just because of the nature of the game. He's got a very, like, he doesn't look happy to see me, I guess, is what it comes down to. Maybe he looks a little tired also. Or maybe just tired of me. I did a bad job on his head, but, you know, these things happen. So he's got black hair. And I've been calling this like a cream color, but I really think it's probably meant to just be white. Let's see where my markers go. Drawing them like one of my French girls. Yep. Robot's friend, good to see you. Whenever going to someone's private space, I also need to take out my portrait sketches to remember who they are. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's pretty much very accurate, I'd say. Close enough. Okay. So, what are you doing, Bruce? Oh yeah, we did miss the chest here. Thank you. Perfect. Oh, I misclicked. Let's ask him what he noticed. 5 to 6.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
Okay. What are you doing?
I'm working.
Fair. What do you think of Marie?
Maggie watched over her as if she was her own daughter.
Okay. Let's see. Notes on Marie. Bruce. McGee watched over her like a daughter. So all our notes on Marie so far. She was a diver, explored all around the island. Again, this is the girl that's missing that we're investigating. And Maggie is the one that came to us. Maggie or McGee. McGee is a little bit more of a French way to say it. But Maggie is a reasonable approximation. Chris. Chris said she must have made some enemies, whereas Bob and some other people were like, everyone loved her. She couldn't possibly have any enemies. Anton told us that Bob is crazy about her and that Anita was jealous of her. Bruce told us that, quote, she always had a song on her lips, and, quote, Bob would go to hell with her, which is an interesting way to phrase a thing. So definitely Bob is very interested in Marie, and I kind of consider him a little bit suspicious. Pixel Turkey, good to see you. Also, I'm glad you're here because I really want to talk about Crime City a little bit. Pixel Turkey is playing Crime City, which is a really cool game. Efton was over there for a bit last night and said, oh, this is totally a spacer game, which is absolutely true. Honestly, I would love to play it at some point. But I also want to watch Pixel Turkey play more of it. But it's, it's like this. It's a kind of mystery game, but it's very different. It's got some really interesting mechanics. Like there's like all these different stats. So it's like a little bit of a RPG aspect to it. There's a really cool like desk interface with a computer and all these, things you can interact with, like notebook and stuff. Right, you can like trade stocks in this game, which is wild. There's just so many neat things about it. But I definitely recommend stopping by her stream to check that out if you're in a compatible time zone at all, which certainly might be difficult if you're in the US. You're welcome. Bruce, what do you think about Maggie?
A really good woman, believe you me.
Okay. Let's just ask another random, what have you noticed during 7 to 8?
From the boat I could see smoke coming from Juste's house.
Smoke coming out of Juste's house that was 7 to 8, right? So he was on the boat. Bruce, 7 to 8. Boat. Smoke from Juste's house. I'm going to put that in the general column, I guess. Okay. So maybe that was not long ago, so let's head over to Juste's house right now and see if we can figure out why there was smoke coming from there. Okay, the door is closed now, so we probably need to... Oh. longer have the key? Uh-oh. It's locked. What happened to my key? I'm trying to remember. I don't think I would have dropped it. Shit. Seems like a problem. Like if I dropped it somewhere, then we should be able to retrieve it. I don't know if it's possible. Like at one point, Juste came home while we were in his locked home. I don't know if it's possible he might have taken the key from us. You have a revolver. That's kind of a key. Let's see if we can do that. Let's see. I think in order to use the key, all we could do is just try to open the door while holding the key, and it would be used automatically. So I don't know that there's really any way to say, hey, shoot this door. But we'll try this. Yeah, it's locked. Let's observe. Nothing to signal, which seems like a weird translation. Here's the door. Is that? Oh, there's some pixels here that are okay. Looks like there might be something, but yeah. I guess like there's not any smoke here right now. He does have a little stove in there. Obviously, this is connected to this chimney smokestack. I don't know what you call that. So like if we could go in and look at that, we might find some evidence there. I am tempted to, let's go back to our own room to see if I might have stashed the key there. I don't remember doing that, but that's the only thing I can think of. I can't imagine I would have put it anywhere else. So if I've stashed an item in a room, it shows a handkerchief with a knot in the bottom right corner. I don't know. Does anyone have any ideas why they might have chosen that as a... Like, all I can think of is like the whole like... God, what, like, there's something about like tying a string around your finger to remember something. Like it feels like kind of similar to that. Like maybe is this some like French idiom or whatever? I don't know. But there's a handkerchief with a knot replacing the L'Encore logo if you've left an item in a room, and then you can click on that to bring up the list of items. But since we don't have that, I haven't stashed anything here. So we might be in trouble in terms of getting the key back. We could try going back to where we found the key. I don't know if it's at all possible that items could reset or something. Let's see. I think this was the... Okay. I think this is it, and I don't see it on the ground there. She just came home. Whoops.
This isn't the time to be bothering people.
Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. Was she, like, asleep or something? It is pretty late. A little awkward. What are you doing?
I don't have anything to tell you.
Oh, she's not happy that we're here. I mean, she's very unhappy that we're here. Okay. This is. We finally got to use my drawings. This is Sue. So Sue is in her room at. Well, I guess we'll stop talking and then we can check the time. Okay, 11 o'clock, which is the last section on our list here. Let's see if there's anyone else here we can bother.
This isn't the time to be bothering people.
So this is Maggie. We have not drawn her yet, so we'll do that now. But she's clearly not happy to see me either. Gosh, this would be so much easier if I just used pencil first, but I've committed to what I'm doing, so here we are. Oh, it's going to turn out bad. Hinton, hello. Maggie has a beautiful voice. Yeah. It's very nice. She's got like her hand on her arm here. Arms crossed. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Brown hair, it looks like. And a green, looks like kind of a green sweater over a button-up shirt. So far, everyone is wearing green or like white/cream, which is interesting. But at least so far, they've all been distinctive enough that even if I draw them poorly, we can tell them apart. So this is Maggie. And this is Bruce. I forgot to label him, which is the whole point of the drawing. But at least I remembered. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, I guess since we're here, we'll ask something, even though she's probably not going to answer it. What do you think about Marie?
I don't feel like talking.
That's fair. You probably want to go back to sleep. I can appreciate that. Let's check out the saloon. That should be all right to go in. Very empty, though. Oh, no. You felt a sharp pain at the top of the head, then nothing else. When you came to, a half hour had slipped away. I think we got knocked out. I think we were incapacitated briefly. It is now 11:25. So that was around 11. We got knocked out at bar. So presumably somebody was there doing something that they didn't want to be seen doing. So like this is a good example of like we ask someone about this time period, we might be able to get some interesting info. Also, if we can like observe people's movements, then maybe we can figure out who came here at that time. Oh, okay. So the clock was showing before we got knocked out, and now it's 5 minutes to midnight, and we're worn out. We really need to get food. We still haven't found the dining hall, which is, as far as I can tell, the only place to get food. Wait, what did that? This just changed, right? What did it say? Was there someone here? I saw this section of the screen change when it hit midnight, but I don't know what it said before. Let's see, what was this thing on the table? Oh, it's an ashtray. Is that at all of interest? Can we take the cigarette? You hurt your hand. Whoops. Okay. We won't try to take lit cigarettes. I assumed it was out. So like I was saying, like you can literally open anything, including like this stove, all these drawers. I don't know that we searched up here before. Xenolon, good to see you. It's going pretty good. Tranquilizer. Yeah, I don't think we found that. Oh! Did I get tranquilized? Is that what happened? We've been knocked out before, but I think before when we got knocked out, it was a much longer period. That's interesting. Where's the kitchen? Okay. Yeah, so I have ashtray, lamp, Lucky Strikes, knife, lighter, hello. First aid kit. Derek Ironbot, hello. I feel like I should wait until after Thanksgiving to open the Christmas Crunch, but I'm getting snacky and it's very tempting. I mean, I say go for it. Let's see, who did I not give a shout out to yet? It's Culinary, I don't think. Culinary was playing RoboCop Rogue City the other day, which is a game I'm very tempted to check out. And I hope you have enjoyed your time with it. Also, it said sharp pain on your head, which seems like a strange place to apply a tranquilizer. Yeah, I suppose you're right. I was thinking like sharp pain seems like how you would describe a tranquilizer. But on your head is maybe not an expected location. Loving it so far? Nice. So let's see. What else do we have here? Continue. That's all. About on the other side. A mirror. Aspirin. And that's all. Culinary, I do not understand this reference. Maybe it's a localization issue. Yeah, that is a good point. There's definitely been some occasional localization weirdness. Oops, dart in your neck. Yeah, that's the one I always think of. Nobody will get your reference, Culinary. Okay. Culinary said 3 darts is too many, which I don't understand the reference. Oops, dart in your neck is from C-Lab. C-Lab 2020? Is that the right number? 2020? I haven't watched that in so long. Ace Ventura, When Nature Calls. Okay. Okay, I did get their number right. Thank you. Oh, 2021? Okay. So close. Let's search these drawers. I think we've looked in here before. So we have a lamp, Lucky Strikes, a knife, a lighter, and then I think the other one has the first aid kit. Yes. Let's take the first aid kit. I'm worn out. Could we use the first aid kit? So in order to use an item we're holding, we need to go in the self menu. So drop off is to stash an item wherever we are. Hide self we can use to hide ourselves, like, you know, find a hiding spot if there's someone coming or in the room already. I don't exactly know what we need to do to use that mechanic successfully. Read will allow us to read the item we're holding, which, you know, it's a first aid kit. There's not much to read there. And then here we can go into a close-up to look at the item, but there's no way to do anything with it as far as I can tell, which is puzzling to me, and I hope I'm not missing something there. I guess I'm going to go ahead and drop this item here. I don't think there's any use for it. So here's our knotted handkerchief icon that shows we've dropped something here. Can we open any part of this piano? Oh! That's so cool! This game's just neat. Search. Not the shadow of a clue. Can we look at any of this? So when you're looking, you basically get like a zoomed in, like extra pixelated view. Like it's literally just enlarging the pixels. But sometimes you'll see an item that's like a higher resolution. That is something you can interact with. So that's what I'm looking for here. Yeah, it is a player piano. Let's search in here. Okay, nothing. All right. Silver has obtained eggs, bacon, and Eggos. Okay. Eggos I'm familiar with. Eggso not so much. That sounds great. Now I'm hungry again. Where to go? So it's past midnight now, which we don't have on our spreadsheet. So I think let's hopefully I don't really know if there's any way to pause time, but hopefully if it's on this, it's effectively paused. We'll find out. It's currently 12:35. I think that's correct. So if it's still the same time when I'm done with this spreadsheet stuff, then we'll know. Okay, so I'm going to start with midnight at the top here, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Should switch so you can see what I'm doing. It's not that interesting, but at least you'll be able to see it. Okay, so that gets us from midnight till noon, and then I guess now I won't write the 1 down there. So this is going to be the next day. Which is, it's the 1st. Oh, February. Okay. February 1st. And then we have I've done basically five blocks per column. We have Monkey, Bob, Anton. I hope that I have enough room. I just had the idea, like, if I ever need more space, I could just like get some tiny Post-it notes and like start piling those up in different time blocks to write more. I'm extremely unnecessarily committed to doing this all on paper, and not using like, like if someone was playing this back in 91, they probably would not have been using a spreadsheet program to keep track of things. So I try to do things semi-realistically. Roy, Chris, and Maggie. And then we have Sue, Anita, Marie, and Juste. And then hopefully, like, we have room for a couple more columns if we need them. Probably 2 to 3 more columns. If we ever end up needing more than that, we'll be a little bit sad. You're going to need a drafting table for this game. Yeah, maybe. Okay. Oh, we need numbers on this side just to make things easier, which a fun thing I realized after I bought this pad is that the grid on the back is smaller than the grid on the front of each sheet, which is apparently typical. Someone in chat last week said that's typical of graph paper, which is incomprehensible to me. Oh, that's not the right time. We're starting at 12 here. But on this side, I'm leaving 2 squares between each time period, which kind of lines up. It's close enough. Oof. That's off more than... Okay, I guess it's about the same as... It's fine. We'll deal with it. Xenolon said, I just did a dry run on deep fried deviled eggs, and let me tell you, these are going to be dangerous. Uh-oh. Okay, so... what was I going to write down? Or was I just wanting to get into the time period we are currently in? Maybe that's it. We haven't observed anything, right? I guess I'll go ahead and do a save while we're here. So given the way that the manual suggests we play this game, I think I'm not going to worry about ever backtracking. I think that if we ever want to backtrack, we'll simply start the game over, which I do think is something we might end up doing multiple times. So I'm not going to worry too much about, like, I'll cycle through the slots each time I save, but I'm not going to worry about, saving different strategic points in the game or anything like that, unless we get to a point where it seems like that's necessary. But I'm kind of expecting this is going to be like, I think the Colonel's Bequest is the main game that comes to mind, where like you maybe need to play it like at least once to really figure out what the heck you need to do. Okay. So I don't know what we want to do right now. The main thing that comes to mind is oh, right. We do have some stuff we can write down from our notes. Let's go back in that save menu. Oops, I'm dropping things. The monkey statue. Some interesting stuff happens there during the morning of the 1st, which is what we're up to now. Had we invented save scumming by the time this game came out? I mean, the manual like basically references it. Like, they specifically say that the way they've designed the game is to prevent you from time traveling. So like they were clearly aware of, people, wanting to like, load a game to back up to fix something that they know how to do better now. And they didn't want people to do that. So to me, that like suggests that they want you to kind of just commit to what you're doing. And, if you feel like you need to replay the game after that, then just, start over. So let's go back through the whole notes here. Wait, what? Okay. This is actually on the 31st. I have a note that I didn't put down. Bruce seemed nervous at 1 p.m. on the previous day. According to Sue. Oh, and then Bruce at 7 p.m. found a body. Oh, this is on the 1st, so we still don't have 7 p.m. We've only gotten up to noon. But bodies start turning up on the 2nd day. The 2nd in-game day. 3 p.m. That's also too late to be in our note. Oh, wait, that's... Did I write that down? I think I wrote this stuff down. I just didn't cross it off. Chris. Well, Juste, Pure. Yeah. Okay, Marie. Okay, so we have Juste is found dead at 7:30 a.m. So that's something we want to try to like figure out. His body is fished out at the pier. So if we could get to the pier and hide somewhere at around 6:30 or something, that might be good. And then we have lots of notes about the monkey statue. At 1 a.m., the water is normal. At 4 a.m., it is low. At 5 a.m., it's back to normal and a strongbox has appeared. So that's another thing that would be great to hide in that area slightly before that happens. And at 7 a.m., we got knocked out just by hanging around there. And at 8 a.m., the water is high again. Okay. And that's all our notes. Okay. So we still have some time to waste before any of those. We have monkey statue at 5 a.m. and pier at 7 a.m. So around 4, we want to start thinking about how to, best hide to see things happen there. But for now, we'll just kind of wander around some more and see what we can discover. So since it's the middle of the night, we're fucking worn out now. This is going to be a problem. I am kind of baffled that we still haven't figured out where to eat. At one point, we got a message that like disappeared, I think, before I could really read it, but it said something about food being served at the dining hall. So that's all I know about eating. I don't really understand where the dining hall is. I don't get that. Do you just need to sleep? That is a good point. Maybe we'll try sleeping for a few hours and see what happens. Wait, let's see. Oh, right. If we click on the like this status, it tells us this message. You should have noticed 10% of clues. That is a very confusing statement to me. Like, what does that mean? You should have noticed 10% of clues. It almost seems like that's just telling us how much of the game has passed or something. But like it doesn't seem to tell us how well we've done in any way. I also don't know if this is location specific or not. Speaking of which, let's try looking around here a little bit. Oh ho ho. There's no proof to put under a magnifying glass. There's definitely an item here. You're going to attract the evil eye? What? And presto, an amulet? What? Amulet on ground outside Maggie's. An amulet. So there's nothing to read. We can take a look at it. An amulet. Interesting. That's all. Oh, yeah, the 35 at the top is how much money we have. I finally made sense of that last week when I picked up $35 from my own room and noticed it change up there. The first week there was like constantly a 3 there and I was so confused by it. It's definitely belonged to a dude who thinks he's super macho. I guess we'll look around a little more just to be thorough. If you right click, it'll like bring up the last action you took. So that's necessary to keep using the magnifying glass. Oh, Bob's here now. Let's talk to Bob. Okay. Or should we follow? We should really rest, but I think I'm going to follow Bob. I'm going to follow Bob for at least a little. Oh, the night is too dark. You'll never make it. Okay, so I guess we can't follow at night. That's interesting. Let's talk to Bob briefly and then we'll go rest. I don't understand the correct way to bring up that menu.
What do you want?
What are you up to? So Bob, it's like 2, right? I guess I'll wait till we're out of the menu. What are you doing?
I was waiting for you.
What? 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 Let's ask what he noticed the time period we were knocked out, which is 11 to 12.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
Okay. Why is he waiting for me? Let's see what's in our opinion on menu. The locked room. We probably already asked him that.
I don't have anything to say about that.
That's an interesting response. Like, it's not necessarily saying he doesn't know anything about it, just he's not willing to talk about it. Why did I stand him up? I mean, I don't think we arranged to meet anywhere, did we? I don't remember that happening. What have you noticed? 10 to 11.
Nothing special.
Okay. Let's try showing him. Oh, okay. We could do other. So we can cycle through our items. Let's show him the amulet.
That belonged to Juste.
Oh, it's Juste's amulet. Bob said it is Juste's. One thing I was wondering, which I don't think I ever said out loud, is like, did this amulet appear here at some particular time, or was it always there? Like, I had never searched this room before, so I don't know the answer. But based on what I've learned about the game so far, I would guess that it appeared here at some point. Okay. I think that's all we want to talk to Bob about right now. So let's go to the pier. And I wish it was a little bit easier to get back to our room. I assume if I go to my room and click on the bed, we can sleep. You know, sleep. Okay, we do have an actual sleep option. Okay. So that maybe made an hour pass, which I totally forgot to make a note of. Bob was at Maggie's from like 1 to 2-ish. Waiting for me? Okay. Should we sleep more? We're still worn out. Let's sleep a little bit more. Around 4, we want to head over to the monkey statue area. Okay. So that didn't help us with our worn out situation. Okay, this is the same text here, so I feel like this must be based on the passage of time. Like, how much of the game we've gone through. And I don't think it's location specific. So, pond? Yeah. Okay. So the water, I think, is at the normal level right now. Water is the healthiest drink. Could we just drink some of this water? Meals are served in the dining hall. Where's the fucking dining hall? I do wonder, like, the closest thing we've found to a dining hall is the saloon. Like, there's that bar. I don't know. It doesn't look like what I would call a dining hall, but that's like my only guess. Let's see. It's almost 4. I think we have enough time that we could go there real quick. Okay. It's just before 4 now. I hope I'm not wrong. It's now 4. In the kitchen/bar. So now let's... A thing I just noticed that's kind of interesting is I think when we're moving locations, it's how much time passes is like a realistic, like, you know, if I'm just going from a room to another room in the same building, very little time passes. But if I'm going from one spot on the island to somewhere far away, like a longer period of time passes. So this is kind of interesting. Okay, so this is not the dining hall then. Oh, Anton was outside? Thank you for pointing that out. I will say, like, normally I ask for like no hints or tips, but like totally fine to point that out if I've missed it, because it keeps happening. I don't notice that text over there. And like I feel like that's just like helping me with a game mechanic that I'm not noticing. Like, you know, if there was an actual person here, it would be easier for me to see them, but since it's just this little text on the side, like I don't mind anyone pointing that out. Let's talk to Anton. So it's currently 4:10. I think that's right.
I'm listening.
We already have a drawing of Anton. Let's ask what he's doing.
I'm getting a little fresh air.
Okay. Let's make a note of where he is. Outside Maggie's. Let's show him the amulet.
That belonged to Juste.
Okay, same response. Let's see what he's noticed. Let's see, we got knocked out at 11, so let's try that time period again.
I was sleeping.
Oh, okay. So presumably in his cabin, but I won't write that down. I'll just say sleeping. What did you notice before that?
Nothing special.
Okay. Let's try. Oh, okay. So we've started a second column here. So given that, I feel like we're basically looking at two days worth of game time, like maybe a little bit of another day at the end of this list here. I've been wondering how many days we're going to cover in the game. Let's ask about 3 to 4.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
Okay. Where were you eating? Where's the dining hall? Good questions. If only we could ask them. We can ask his opinion on... Let's ask about the locked room.
I couldn't say.
Okay. All right. No, where were you sleeping button? Yeah. Hinton says, good news, everyone. I'm leaving the house. Congratulations, Hinton. I hope you enjoy your time outside. And thanks for hanging out. Oh, what? What? Your lack of psychology has made you persona non grata. Maggie was furious. With Anton, she took you to Mahi on board of the Brisbane. Then she went to get the police, who took the matter in hand. Check and mate. What? What the fuck just happened? What? I'm so confused by this text. I just lost. Yes, this is an endgame scene. Oh, I might have died from hunger. No, the text doesn't match up with that. I died from hunger once before, and it took longer, and the text like made it clear what killed me. And this specifically talks about Anton, who we were just talking to. So I guess I made Anton upset somehow? Congrats on losing, thanks. GG, thank you, Derek Ironbutt. This game is wild. Game over screen just sends you straight to hell? Yeah, that's exactly what it does. Decaf Jedi! Welcome, y'all. You just missed a very exciting ending. I lost spectacularly and for reasons unknown. Robot's friend, welcome back again. Yes, we've died from, honestly, unknown reasons. Maybe dysentery, for all I know. It seemed like I made somebody upset, but we are going to back up to our last save. But welcome, y'all. Get you shout outs. You were playing Warcraft 3, which I think you said that's the first time you've played it. How have you been enjoying that? I played Warcraft 3 quite a bit. I think that's the only Warcraft I've ever played. But back when it came out, I played it a bunch and enjoyed it a lot. Nice. Welcome, y'all. I'm Robot Spacer. We are playing Maupiti Island, which is a game originally released in 1990 for the Amiga. We're playing the DOS version that came out in 91. It is a really cool game with beautiful graphics that is really fucking hard. Time is constantly passing, like no matter what you're doing. You have to make sure to eat and sleep or you'll die from that eventually. You can survive a realistic amount of time without doing those things. But it is something you have to figure out. And I still don't know where the dining hall is so I can eat. We just got an ending for reasons I'm not at all clear on. It seemed like I maybe upset someone and they basically did a citizen's arrest and then called the police, I guess. That seemed to be what the text was saying. But very, very weird. It's complex. Fun stuff. Really dig the hero system and storytelling. Nice. Okay, so we backed up a little bit. It's currently going on 1 a.m. It is February 1st, which is the second in-game day. And there's some stuff that happens at 4 that we want to check out. So I'm going to go back to my cabin. We're going to sleep a little bit. And then we're going to try to survive until 5 a.m. when some interesting things go down. I would love to eat, but we still don't know how, so. In hindsight, a game where you have to remember to eat and sleep is maybe extra challenging for you. Yeah, that's fair. I'm very bad at remembering to do those things in real life. Honestly, probably many of you know about my sleeping problems. Let's sleep. Okay, so now it's 2. I'm gonna sleep until about 4, I think. Oh, we're not bad. Did that improve? Okay, so now it's 4. We were worn out at one point. Let's do a save in slot 2. And then we'll go to the pond. So, the water's down. That's cool. Another neat thing about this game is all the scenes change in appearance throughout the day. like the colors will change. So this looks very different during day as opposed to night, like it is right now. And like, it's not just like one change, like it's gradual, like changing palettes throughout the day. And then this location has water that rises and falls on a 12-hour cycle throughout the day. And there's this interesting monkey statue. Is that okay? That's just like a highlight. Heathen foolishness. Let's see. Can we search? It's too far from the edge. Okay. I know from previous experience that if I try to go over to the statue, there's quicksand when the water is low. So I will die. So I won't do that. Let's observe. Nothing noteworthy. Okay. So it's currently 4:15. And so I've got this graph paper that I'm using to keep track of time. I have times down the side here and different people mostly along the top, so we can keep track of where everyone is at different times of the day, which the game seems to suggest that's important. And then I've also got a column for the monkey statue. And at 5 a.m., the water will rise back to its normal level and a strongbox will appear in the water. And I really want to figure out how that gets here. So my hope is that if we wait a little bit. Okay. It's now 4:45. So now I want to go in the self menu and hide myself. Oh, I have to pick where to hide? I forgot to switch back. I have to pick where to hide, apparently. That's... Nobody's seen you. You're well hidden. Okay. Oh, neat. And it's got a little icon, a little mask down here to show that I'm hidden. That's super cool. Forte 801, good to see you. Welcome. It's the best kind of foolishness. Absolutely. When I was a kid, I always imagined quicksand would be more of a problem in my life. Yes, culinary. I feel like a lot of us had this experience throughout our lives. What are you hiding from? So at around 5 to 6 period, a strongbox appears in the water. And I want to try to figure out how that gets here. So hopefully if I hide before that happens and then wait. Yeah, we're going to wait. Shit. Okay, Anton is here, so Anton must have brought this. I do wonder if I should have waited, like just real life waited instead of clicking the wait button. But let's see. Anton is at the pond it's now like 5:30. And we'll make a note that he probably brought the strongbox. Oh my gosh, Harry Squishmas. So many raids tonight. Welcome, y'all. Thank you so much for coming by. What were you up to? Lost Vikings. Nice. Pixel Turkey played that a while back, which is my first time seeing the game. I hope you had a great time with it. And thank you so much for coming by. If you're new here, I am Robot Spacer. I'm trying to find... Well, I give up. I was going to do that's the emote I was looking for. Thank you, Pixel Turkey. Installed a thing in OBS and it made emotes weird, apparently. But we're playing Maupiti Island, which is a DOS game from '91, originally released for Amiga the year earlier. It's basically like a detective mystery game or a private detective. We had to stop on this island on our way to Japan because of a hurricane. And we've been asked to investigate a woman that has gone missing named Marie. It's super complex and has a lot of game mechanics that are unusual for this type of game. So it's been a challenge, but hopefully we'll get there. I'm committed to figuring it all out. Currently, we're investigating. We started over the game at some point, so I knew this box would appear in the water here at 5 a.m. And we now know that Anton is here at that same time, so he is presumably the one that brought it. I'm currently hiding. Thank you for the follow. Great to have you. I think I'm going to try talking to Anton, coming out of hiding, and see what he has to say. I kind of don't expect this to go well, but I want to see what happens. Ooh, or I could follow him. That might be smarter. We might be able to get more information. In general, my experience has been that if we talk to someone after catching them doing something, or, just otherwise make them upset in some way, they're not going to tell us anything. They might even kill us. And we did last get a game over after talking to Anton. So I think we'll follow him. I think that's going to be more useful. Oh, crap. We can't follow at night. All right, let's talk to him. Let's see what happens. I don't think this is going to go well, but I want to do it. Because, at this point, we're still learning a lot.
I'm listening.
I hope this doesn't get me another game over. Let's ask what he's doing. I don't expect an honest answer.
There's a strong box in the pond. I wonder how it got there.
Oh. Is he lying? Is he lying? It's hard to know for sure. I think it's clear that Anton is definitely not a robot. Yeah. No robots in this game. Let's ask his opinion on the strongbox.
Who put it in the pond and why? That's what I'd like to know.
I really regret clicking that wait option. Definitely, if I die again, we'll back up and retry that time period. I just remembered we have another thing at 7 we want to try to figure out. Let's ask about Juste.
The first time I saw him, I said to myself, that guy wouldn't hurt a fly, and I was right.
Okay. Interesting. Put that in my notes. Wouldn't hurt a fly, says Anton. Let's ask about Marie. We probably already asked him about her.
That's crazy about her.
Right. Let's ask about some time periods leading up to this. So we'll start with 4 to 5.
Everything was as usual.
Okay. And then 3 to 4.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
Okay. Two to 3.
I was sleeping.
Okay. We knew he was sleeping at 11, so it sounds like he at least claims he is sleeping between 11 to, that was 2, right? So let's try 12 to 1.
I was sleeping.
Okay. So Anton wakes up around 2-ish. Let's draw a line here. Okay. Let's try something. Let's ask, what are you doing?
There's a strong box in the pond. I wonder how it got there.
Okay, so we're going to take that line and we're going to remember it. We're going to memorize it in slot 1. And I'm going to have to keep track of what I put in each slot. So I'll have a page dedicated to memories. 1 is Anton wondering how Strongbox got in pond. I don't know if that's something that would be helpful to bring up later, but maybe. I just figure we might as well put something in a slot. And I do wonder if he's lying about that. So that's kind of my main motivation for remembering it. Robot Spacer will remember that, yes. Okay, let's ask about Maggie.
A really good woman, believe you me.
I will say one thing, the fact that he is not, that he's willing to talk to us right now does kind of suggest that he doesn't find me suspicious, and maybe suggest that he wasn't doing something suspicious. I don't know if that's necessarily a safe assumption, but like maybe. As I was saying that, I just remembered that talking to him a little bit after this in a different location is what got us killed last time. Well, killed. We weren't really killed. We were basically locked up and the police was called on us. Which got us a game over. All right, that's enough Anton for now. So it's now, I really wish the hour hand was more realistic. I think this is 5:30. Let's see if we can do anything with the strong box. A strong box. Sure is. Man, I still don't know what sound does. I think they basically mean listen, but I don't know. Like, my best guess is it means either listen or like make a sound, which you could maybe use to, like, I don't know, distract someone or something. Or maybe you're like, I don't know, knocking on it to see if it's like, you know, makes an interesting sound, like, you know, maybe to find out if something is hollow or something like that. Like, who knows? Yeah, I mean, I've tried doing it a couple times, but never with any useful results. Like here, if I do it on some random thing, it just says you're not making any progress or something similar. I don't think we can take the strong box because it's too far away. That doesn't take. Which is a good example of the sometimes awkward localization going on here. I don't think we can open it because it's too far. 2 question marks. Okay. Let's observe. No comment. Observe just seems to be like look around, you know, figure out if something is happening around you. Okay. I assume we can't search, but we'll try it. It's too far from the edge. Okay, so let's head over to the pier. And so in our previous playthrough on the first week, there was, at 7:30, Juste's body is found here at the pier. Pulled out of the water, I believe is what happens. So hopefully if we hide here, we can learn more about that. Oh, Bruce, Roy, Bob, and Anton are all here, which we definitely want to make a note of. Okay, so it's 5:45. I'm pretty sure about that. Yeah. So we have Bob at the pier, Anton at the pier, Bruce and Roy. Basically, most of our guys belonging to these boats. Chris is a sailor on the fishing boat. He was hired very recently and seems like he has no fishing experience, and maybe seems a little untrustworthy. But we don't really know much about him yet. But it is notable that he is not here while everyone else related to the boats is. So this is kind of interesting. I think if we hide while there's someone already here, we won't be able to do so successfully. But let's talk to someone and then we'll try to figure that out. I guess it is possible that we're already too late to see the body getting dumped. I bet that's the case. Let's talk to Bruce. No, Bob. Bob is the captain of the boat we came in on. So, yeah. I was going to say, so I find him kind of trustworthy, but I guess that's not true. I find him a little suspicious. But let's talk to him.
What do you want?
What are you up to? Oops, I misclicked. Let's ask him about 4 to 5, the previous time period.
I was sleeping.
Okay, so right before this, he was sleeping. And we saw him outside Maggie's at 1. So he must have gone to sleep pretty soon after that, I would guess. Let's ask about 2 to 3.
I heard somebody walking on the pier.
Oh, okay. So that's probably when the body got dumped. Okay. So let's ask him what he's doing right now.
I was thinking of what's been happening for the past few hours.
Okay. That's a weird it's a weird thing to say, but like a few hours ago is when he heard someone on the pier, so it seemed like he's basically saying, you know, he thinks something has been going on and he's trying to figure it out. Let's ask, what have you noticed between 3 to 4?
I was sleeping.
Okay. And then he was sleeping at 4 to 5. Okay. And I think 1 to 2.
Thinking of what's been happening for the past few hours.
It's very easy to misclick and get the text right next to what you were meant to do. What have you noticed? 1 to 2 is when we saw him outside Maggie's, but we'll see what he says here.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
And then let's see what he says about the strongbox.
Who put it in the pond and why? That's what I'd like to know.
Me too, buddy. Okay. So it's now 6:10. Oh, Bob and Bruce have left. We just have Roy and Anton. So where did Bob and Bruce go? Discovered I can get the domain s-s.quest, which isn't short, but it's still not bad. That's a pretty good one. Are you going to make an adventure game starring yourself? I hope so. Okay, let's talk to Roy. We've talked to Anton a lot today, so let's try Roy. No, but what if?
Yes.
Let's see. We already drew Roy, right? Oh, no, did not. We've talked to him a bunch, but I guess that was all before I started drawing everybody. So for folks that came in recently, sometimes we run into a character and like the game doesn't tell us who they are. So I've been drawing pictures of everyone so I can tell them apart whenever I'm confused, which has been helpful on occasion. And I'm just going straight to pen. I'm not sketching things with a pencil first, which means my drawings are not always very good, but you know, it's enough that we can tell them apart. Everybody's got a reasonably unique appearance, so as long as I get like the distinguishing features drawn in, it's enough to tell them apart. For example, this was Roy, right? Roy. I'm going to go ahead and write that down right now. Roy's got a nice mustache and a tank top. Juste also had his tank top, but and Bruce. Lots of tank top guys. But the necklines are different a little bit. So, close enough. Adventure Josh, hello. Do we not sail on a ship of fools? Oh, why is life so fragile and so cruel? Yes. Good questions. I know you're quoting a song, but it's not coming to my brain right now. This might be a category of thing, like somebody posts lyrics in chat while I'm streaming, and just like during streaming especially, my brain can't parse that in a useful way. He's got just a little bit of chest hair. We'll do some little dots there. Yeah, it's a Roy, pretty much. His shirt is actually a little different than the ones I've been coloring in cream, so I think I'm just going to say this one is straight up white. White shirt. He's got, I would say, his hair is maybe a little bit more towards dark brown, so I'm going to label it that. It's hard to tell who's got black and who's got dark brown here. The game made you do it. Yeah, I understand. It does say Ship of Fools, I think, at the bottom of the screen on the pier. Vervain, good to see you. Erasure, thank you. Okay, hit the wrong button there. There's too many buttons these days. I've made too many buttons for myself. So there's our Roy. Nailed it. Absolutely flawless drawing. What are you up to?
I'm getting a little fresh air.
Sounds good. What have you noticed? Let's see. So Bob heard footsteps on the pier from 2 to 3.
I was sleeping.
Okay. But Roy was still asleep then. And I guess, well, I was thinking Bob got woken up by the footsteps, but maybe that's not the case. Okay, let's find out when he first went to sleep. What have you noticed? So that was 2 to 3, 1 to 2.
I was sleeping.
Okay. We'll keep going back until we find the start time. 12 to 1.
I was sleeping.
Also sleeping. 11 to 12.
Nothing special.
Okay. So we went to sleep around midnight. And then woke up sometime later. So 2 to 3, 3 to 4.
I was sleeping.
Still asleep. 4 to 5.
I was
Still
sleeping.
asleep. Honestly, like, this is the longest anyone in this game has slept, I think. Seems like a lot of people only sleep for like 2 or 3 hours.
I'm getting a little fresh air.
Oops. That was my mistake. 5 to 6.
I didn't notice anything,
Okay.
Mr. Lang.
So he wakes up around 5. Let's ask him about the strongbox. Oops, I missed.
What's a strongbox?
Okay, so he doesn't know about it. Or at least doesn't admit to knowing about it. Dan the Band, hello, welcome y'all. Great to see you all. Hope you had a great stream. Thank you so much for coming by. Dan the Band is a musician who is also creating the music for Julia Minamata's Crimson Diamond. And the music for that is fantastic. Y'all should absolutely check it out. Thank you so much for coming by. I'm Robot Spacer, if you're new here. We are playing Maupiti Island, a game from originally 1990 for the Amiga, released in 1991 for DOS, which is the version we are playing. I imagine most of y'all have been here before, so I won't explain it too much, but it is a very difficult game. We're trying to solve the mystery of a missing girl named Marie, and there's lots of unique and exciting game mechanics. The music just got even better. Nice. I cannot wait to play the finished game. Also, I don't know that I mentioned this on stream yet, but Julia said recently that the game is fully playable, like start to finish. I'm sure there's still quite a lot of work to do, but a very exciting milestone regardless. Let me give Julia a shout out also. Alpha complete, yes. You're welcome. So we're currently talking to a guy named Roy. We're trying to figure out, at one point I restarted the game last week. And the first week I played the game, we noticed a couple of interesting events happening on the current day that we're in. First, we saw a strongbox appear in a pond at 5 a.m. Unfortunately, we didn't quite figure out anything about that yet. But we also know that a body appears by the pier at around 7 a.m. So we're trying to investigate that now. And I think we figured out that we talked to a guy, Bob, and he told us that they heard someone on the pier at 2 to 3 a.m. So that's probably when the body was dumped in the water. So unfortunately, we probably missed our chance to figure out anything about that. But at least we've learned something, which is going to be useful eventually. I think we're done talking to Roy for now. We're making notes about when everyone was asleep. I've got I'm basically making a big spreadsheet about what everyone is doing at different times of the day. It seems like most of the game takes place over the course of 2 days. And I think we'll probably replay it a bunch of times before we figure out what the heck is going on. Let's talk to Anton now. Oh, I wonder if I notice it's, I think, starting to get light out now. Because it's like getting to be about 6. Apparently you can't follow anyone. There's this mechanic where you can follow someone around the island, see all the places they're going to, but you can't do that at night. So now that it's getting light, we might be able to do that again. But let's ask Anton what he's doing.
I couldn't sleep.
Couldn't sleep. Okay. So what did you notice? 5 to 6.
I noticed the strong box in the pond.
Ah, okay. Yeah, he was at the pond then. Oh, which I knew that already, but I guess I didn't write it down for some reason. And 4 to 5, we saw him outside Maggie's, which we had an interesting death earlier. I was talking to Anton outside Maggie's, which didn't seem like a suspicious place to be. I wasn't doing anything particularly suspicious at the time. I just realized that I have taken some items occasionally. And I wonder if that... we got a game over after talking to Anton outside Maggie's, and I could not figure out why. It seemed like they found me suspicious, and like citizens arrested me and called the cops, and then we got a game over. And that might be because I took something I shouldn't have. I didn't show it to them. The only thing I showed anybody was a necklace I found on the ground. But maybe that was a mistake? Juste is the guy that turns up dead first, and it was his necklace. So that could add up. Like maybe they thought I was the person that killed him. I feel like that makes sense. So what were you doing 4 to 5? I wish my hair dithered like that. Yeah, same. So we know he was sleeping until 2 a.m. 3 to 4.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
Let's see. We can also ask about scheduling. So your scheduling. Where were you at 3 to 4?
I was on watch.
On watch. I would guess that means he was on the pier, or at least in the vicinity of the boat. Because he came here with us on our boat. He's the first mate. Okay. So it's currently 6:35, and 7 is when someone finds a body here. Let's see. Juice's body is found. Oh, at 7:30. Okay. Oh, Bruce and Bob are here now. Anton and Roy have left. Gosh. A complicated thing about this game, one of many, is that like I've made a spreadsheet to keep track of where people are during different hour blocks, but like they move around like within 15-minute increments as far as I can tell. So this might not be enough detail. Hopefully it's enough to make me notice, you know, major things. But it's so complex. Oh, heck indeed. Let's talk to Bruce again.
Yes, sailor.
Am I a sailor? I don't know that that's correct, sir. What have you noticed?
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
I think we'll do the same for him. Keep going back in time. There's probably a period where he was sleeping, which is good to know about. And maybe he will notice something.
Everything was as usual.
About the murder. I should say, I don't know for sure that Juste was murdered, but it seems likely. This is like a detective mystery game. He didn't just, you know, slip off the pier and die, but it is a possibility. 3 to 4.
I couldn't sleep.
Okay. Couldn't sleep. And where were you then?
I couldn't sleep.
Oh, okay. But where could you not sleep?
I was sleeping.
Okay, so 2 to 3 he was asleep. But in Mortville Manor, the woman died of natural causes. Nothing is off the table. Ooh, interesting. What have you noticed? 1 to 2.
I was sleeping. I caught a glimpse of Bob slipping into Anita's room.
Oh! That was 12 to 1. Oh, yeah, and we did see him outside Maggie's. Went into Anita's room. Slipping into. That could mean he didn't want anyone else seeing him go in there, or that could mean he didn't want Anita seeing him go in there. Like, was he secretly going to see Anita, or was he like secretly going into Anita's room to like find something of hers? But that's noteworthy. Okay. So that means Bruce must have been outside Maggie's during that time. And then sleeping after that. Just for a short period. Okay. I think that's enough for now from him. Oh, that's Juste. Interesting. I didn't expect to see the body. So it is now exactly 7. Oh, so there's a period of a half hour. I'm going to save really quick. Oh, wait, no, there's people here. Interesting. Slot 3, I guess. So, can I look at this? Juice's throat is cut. I think we knew that already, just by talking to people. Which I forgot when I was saying I wasn't sure if this was a murder or not. I'm just trying to find my notes on this. Okay. Yeah. Chris told us, no. Anton told us that Chris said his throat was slit. Bruce told us that he didn't kill Juste. Bob told us that Bruce didn't help with the body, which is an interesting thing to say. Don't know what to make of that. So I'm just going to change this to 7, body at the pier. Can I search the body? Your curiosity remains unsatisfied. Let's observe. Chris and Anton have just pulled Juste's body out of the water. Okay. Chris and Anton remove body from water. Don't know that that's necessarily noteworthy, but could be. What else could we possibly do here that would be useful? We could talk to the people that are here. I'm going to try searching again just in case I misclicked a little. Okay, nothing. Let's talk to Chris or Anton. I'll go with Chris. Did you ever used to do those stair-step logic puzzles? The intersection of this game and spreadsheet made me think of them. I'm not sure what you mean. Can you elaborate on what kind of puzzles they are? Have we drawn Chris? We have not. Also, my drawing of Bob looks a little bit similar, including the type of shirt and shirt color. So I'll have to try to figure out how to distinguish the drawings of these two guys. All right. He's got a little bit of a smile. I think more of a smile than Bob has. I think Bob has some very dark shadows on his face, which I didn't attempt to draw, but I can make a note about that if I'm uncertain at all. About who's who. This is not a good drawing. It is very funny though. This is why you don't draw in ink when you're out of practice. But we're trying to be quick here, so that's fine. This is Chris, right? So somebody please correct me if I'm wrong about that. Oh, Adventure Josh, your link was removed. Apologies. If you whisper it to me, I can share it in chat. Or just look at it for myself. Looks like Little Mac from Mike Tyson's Punch Out. Also, hello, Bill Coon. Good to see you. As your crush said, I remember when I saw this guy, I thought they just had one body and swapped heads. Yeah, I don't know. The shirt is drawn. I should note this is cream shirt, and I'm going to say dark brown hair. I think Bob's hair is drawn darker, less brown pixels in it. But I'm not positive. But yeah, the shirt is drawn in a similar way, but I don't think it's the same. Like I drew like a very large collar on this side, which I think, was in fact much bigger on the screen. Huh. Okay. I'm going to share this logic puzzle that Adventure Josh just sent me. So it says, logic puzzle number 6. 5 friends went to the water park on a nice summer day. Figure out what part of the water park each child is at and what color swimsuit they're each wearing. Oh, okay. So then it's got a list of different, like, bits of information. Olivia, who isn't wearing purple, doesn't like the water slide or wave pool. So, like, you could put an X in purple for Olivia, for example. And then you just kind of gradually narrow things down. I don't think I've ever done a puzzle like this. Like with a grid like this included, I've definitely done puzzles of this nature, but without, I had to figure out my own way to solve it. And I don't know that I've ever drawn a grid like this in order to do it. Like, the process is similar. I just don't know that I've done such a like specific approach. LSAT logic section. I don't remember the SATs very well. I guess, is LSAT different from regular just SATs? They're not really relevant to logic puzzles generally because it's a very specific setup where each category has only one match among the various other crosstabs. Yeah. Bill Kuhn said, it's like the logic puzzle Who Owns the Zebra that I encountered in 10th grade. Sometimes they have a 5-way association, which would be pretty unworkable without some kind of precise note-taking. Okay. So, Chris, right? I hope it's Chris. We don't have a lot of notes about Chris. Well, I guess we do for the previous day, but not for this time period. So we'll go through what he noticed in the morning, and we'll start with what's he doing right now.
I went out to smoke a cigarette on deck. At the end of the pier, I noticed Juste's body caught under the landing stage.
Okay. So that was current time period, which would be 7. So pier noticed Juste's body while smoking. Is that the game with the robo voice? Yes. Both this and I believe Mortville Manor did the same thing, where all the character dialogue is presented using text-to-speech in this very robotic early text-to-speech voice, which is kind of a neat. It's like it's a little weird, but it's neat. So let's ask about 6 to 7.
I was sleeping.
Okay, so he was asleep just before this. Six to 7. Okay. Oh, I wrote this in the wrong spot. Let's cross that out. Sleeping. And at 7, he's out on the pier. Found Juste in water while smoking. Okay, and we're just going to keep going back to figure out how long he was asleep.
I went on deck to smoke a cigarette. I saw Bruce leaving the boat.
Oh. Okay. I was just thinking, like, I know it feels tedious that I'm going through every hour to find out when people are sleeping, but like we just learned, some people are maybe not sleeping continuously. So he went out for a smoke. That was 5 to 6. I'm just double checking.
I was in my cabin.
Oh, okay. 5 to 6, he's in his cabin. And then 6 to 7. What? What did I goof up?
I was in my cabin.
6 to 7. He's
I
sleeping.
was sleeping.
Okay. When was the... Four to 5.
I went on deck
Okay.
to smoke a cigarette. I saw Bruce leaving the boat.
Pier smoking. And Bruce was leaving the boat. According to Chris. All right, I just remembered this is the guy that was hired recently to work on the fishing boat. And the first mate on the boat did not like him. It sounds like he doesn't really know what he's doing at all. Like he has no experience being a sailor, maybe, or at least like he's bad at navigating, doesn't understand it at all. Tedious, a Loncore game? What other games have they done? I'm trying to remember if I've read about any others. Is the text-to-speech part of the original game from 91? Yes. What we're playing is basically the 91 version of the game. The very first version was in 90 for the Amiga. I don't know for sure if that had text-to-speech, but I believe it did. No, everything I've read about the game mentions that as being like a key part of the game. The original does have slightly different graphics. Like everything looks very similar, but it's almost like they took the same art and did a second pass on it and like added more detail and stuff. It's kind of interesting to compare them. Amiga had text-to-speech baked in for a while. Yeah. Okay. So let's ask about 3 to 4.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
Adventure Josh says, though it turned out they didn't actually fully own the rights to some of it, so it got ripped out at some point. Oh, okay. That's interesting. So 2 to 3.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
And 2 to 3 is when Bob heard someone on the pier. I don't think we'll bother to go. Well, actually, I will. Let's ask where he was from 2 to 3, if he'll tell us.
I couldn't sleep.
Couldn't sleep. Okay. That kind of suggests he was in his cabin, but unclear. You're scheduling from 3 to 4.
I was having a drink at the bar.
Okay. So he only slept for like an hour. You could do silly things like echo, hi mom, speak. Okay. I'm trying to remember when the Mac first had that. I'm not sure what version system software that was added in. Actually, no, I think that was always there. Because the Mac introduced itself when it was introduced for the first time. And I think that was with text-to-speech as opposed to like a pre-recorded clip. But I'm not positive. or print your paper to speak, and your computer would dutifully robotically speak out the text, although slightly muddled when the form feeds and such turned up in the byte stream. Oh, that's funny. Only remember Mac speaking with Space Moose. The Moose was good. Okay. Let's ask about 12 to 1. Oops, I missed.
I was sleeping.
Oh, okay. So we got a couple hours of sleep in, just broken up. And we'll do 1 to 2 to see if he was also asleep then. Yes.
I was sleeping.
Okay. So that's interesting. So he was asleep from 12 to 2. And then from 2 to 3, he said he couldn't sleep, which is also when Bob heard someone on the pier. And again, we do find this guy a little bit suspicious, just because he accepted a job he's not great at. I mean, you know, that doesn't mean he murdered anybody. But it is interesting that he definitely left his cabin around the time when Bob heard someone on the pier. And we are basically trying to figure out when someone was on the pier around that time, dumping a body in the water. It could have been anywhere from, well, we don't really know when it happened. The only time we've seen Juste is at 5 p.m. the previous day. So it could have happened anywhere between then and 7 a.m. But I think it's likely that it happened at night sometime before 7 a.m. So, like, I wouldn't be surprised if the footsteps that Bob heard at 2 a.m. was when it happened. I a little bit want to back up right now, but I guess I'll commit to the way the game wants me to play it and not do that. Though certainly if I die again, I will go back to my save before this time period. All right, that's enough of Chris for right now. So it's currently 7:30 almost. Should we talk to Bruce or Anton? I guess we will. Or, do we want to follow someone? Let's follow Chris. Currently at the pier. And, okay, so we jumped to 8. Who is this guy on the bottom? We don't know that guy. This is another case where we're given these portraits without a name. So, like, if I had a drawing of this guy, we'd be able to figure out who he was. Talking Moose, yeah. I was trying to remember the actual name of that also. Looks like the My Pillow CEO. Oh, right. I was thinking this would advance automatically, but we do have to click a button. A rare case. It says Chris and Bob are here, but that's not Bob. It's definitely not Bob. Huh. Oh, is that me? Because now there's 2 people, both portraits say in front of Juste's, and only Chris is here. So I guess that's me? Adventure Josh says, quote, Talking Moose 3.0 uploaded. It is less profane than the 3.1 copy that used to be here. What a letdown. What a letdown indeed. I imagine 3.1 was like a hacked version that somebody had uploaded. Okay, so Chris is at Juste at 8:30 a.m. Let's follow again in the Bamboo's Hold at 9:10. Oh, Bruce and Anton. Whoa. We're following Chris, right? Why is Chris not listed as being where we are? Oh, okay. We're at the pier. This is such a weird mechanic, but I'm slowly understanding it. So we're currently on the pier. We've seen Chris go into the hold, but we're waiting out on the pier, which does kind of make sense. And also on the pier are Bruce and Anton. And again, this is at 9, so we can make a note of them being here. We're worn out now, but I'm going to continue following for a little bit. Okay, so he's still in there. It's 9:45 now. And Roy and Anton are here now. Keep waiting. Okay, now we've moved to South Beach. Uh-oh, and we've been spotted.
Always under my feet.
Yeah, a little bit. So, South Beach. And he's presumably not going to talk to us. Now I'm kind of wondering if maybe there's like a limit on how long you can follow someone without getting spotted. We had a similar experience. I think it was Roy that we tried following the first time we did this mechanic. And it went very similarly, like for like maybe a couple hours we were able to follow without being spotted, and then he saw us, and we're immediately talking to him. Is that why they call you a gumshoe? Because you're like the gum under his feet. Now you got me curious where that term does come from. What are you doing?
I don't feel like talking.
Yeah. I don't think we're going to get any information out of him. This seems like a scenario where maybe if we had something to like show him, or something we had remembered to bring up, we could maybe kind of confront him in that way, debate him as the game calls it. But I don't think there's anything we can do there. We could punch him, but that's probably not useful. Bribe is a fascinating option. You know what? Let's try it. I'm going to bribe him.
Can keep your money.
Okay. Let's do this just for fun also. This is not a useful thing to point out to this guy. Let's see. What did we remember? I just want to see how he responds to it. We remembered Anton wondering about how the strongbox got in the pond. So we're going to remember that now.
There's a strongbox in the pond. I wonder how it got there.
Okay. Not a useful response, but interesting to see how that worked a little bit. All right. Let's stop talking to him. What was that noise? Oh, Adventure Josh says the 3.1 apparently crass Talking Moose was downloadable from the original author's site, but it's clear he got it from someone else, so it doesn't really clarify if it's a hack. Fascinating. Roy and Chris are here, and it's currently 9:30. Roy. Okay. Let's talk to Roy. Let's see if he'll talk to us. Since he's not the one we were following, he might be willing to talk.
Yes. Someone fired on us when I was walking with Chris.
Oh, is that the sound we heard? I'm going to add in my general column. Someone shot at Roy and Chris. Actually, I guess that's more up here. I drew a little arrow pointing to the correct time period because I read it too low. Okay, that's interesting. Can we ask more about that? The shots.
They were aiming at Chris. Why would they want to bump me off?
Interesting. Aiming at Chris. I was just going to say, Roy, the first mate of the Bamboo, the fishing boat, is the guy that seems to dislike the Chris the most, but clearly it wasn't Roy shooting because Roy is the first mate. Let's see. What do you think about Chris? Let's ask that.
He came on board 2 days ago. He didn't know port from starboard.
67 says, gumshoe refers to rubber-soled shoes or boots, the kind a detective would wear to avoid making heavy footstep sounds while going about. Okay. Thank you for sharing that. Let's ask what he's noticed leading up to this. 9 to 10.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
Okay. Let's ask where he was from 9 to 10.
I was in my cabin.
Oh, okay. Yeah. We knew he was at the pier around then, so that makes sense.
I was in my cabin.
Let's ask about Juste's death.
Poor Juste, what an awful way to go. We'll miss him.
Okay. All right. That's enough for now, I think. So what next? I think around 8 a.m. on our first playthrough is when we died of hunger. And I am currently worn out. So we should... It'd be great to find the dining hall. It'd be so great to find the dining hall. You know what? Let's try something. Let's go to the pier and go on the boat. Actually, what happens if we eat here? Meals are served in the dining hall. What if we eat here? Meals are served in the dining hall. I don't understand how I could be missing that so completely. Like it doesn't make sense for this to be a location that should be super hidden. Meals are served in the dining hall. Oh, dang it. Someone was here, but now they're gone. I missed who it was. Maybe it's a hidden clock like the lantern. Finish in X turns or die of hunger. I mean, there's an eat mechanic, and at one point... Well, maybe it was when I tried to eat, when it told me that before. But I feel like... I think the first time we were playing, we heard a dinner bell at some point. Okay, and that was outside of... that was in the garden that happened. But there's nowhere to go from here. Oh, right. There's a thing in the... flowers here. Okay. Wait, what? Shit. This is the same experience I had taking that item before. It says okay, as though we took it, but we don't have a new item. Oh, it's money! We have $3 more now. Okay, it all makes sense. And that's how we got the 3 that was always present at the top before. Okay, so we're at the garden. $3 in plant. Cha-ching. Okay, we also have Maggie, Anita, and Chris here. It is currently 20 minutes to noon. So garden, and Anita. Garden. Let's talk to Maggie.
You need me for something, love?
What you doing? Are you going to eat? Please tell me you're going to eat.
I'm taking a walk.
Oh, okay. Write that down. What have you noticed around? Bob was up to some stuff outside Maggie's between 12 and 2. So let's ask her if she noticed anything then. Start with 12 to 1.
I was sleeping.
Okay. Walking off that great meal I just had at the dining hall. Yeah. So 1 to 2.
I was sleeping.
Still asleep. Sure would be weird to die of hunger with that haul full of food. Yeah. 2 to 3.
Someone visited the zoo that night, otherwise nothing to report, Captain.
Okay. 2 to 3. Someone visited. Okay. According to Maggie. So that means she woke up around then. Three to four.
I was sleeping.
Oh, sleeping again. Noticed Sue visitor. And then slept again. So I guess that woke her up. Four to five.
I was sleeping.
Sleeping some more. I do wish this was a little bit faster to go through, but 5 to 6.
I was sleeping.
6 to 7.
I was sleeping.
So much sleeping. At least somebody's getting a good night's rest.
I'm taking a walk.
Click the wrong one. Oh, 6 to 7, or did I do that one already?
I was sleeping.
Okay, I think I did. 7 to 8.
We learned about Juste
Okay.
death from Anton.
So. And then learned about Juste via Anton. I think it was Chris and Anton that got the body out of the water. Yeah. Okay. All right. It's midnight. This is probably a good time for me to take a little break. So I'm going to do that. Speaking of eating, I could use a little snack myself. So I'll be back in a little bit, and then we will continue our investigation. I'm going to try to pause the game here. Hopefully, if this is open, actually, I'll go ahead and save. We'll do slot 3. And that way I have something to restore to if time is unexpectedly passing. Why do I associate that hair with the 80s primetime soaps? I don't know, but I feel like that kind of makes sense. All right, back in a minute, or several minutes. Okay. So, what now? I guess first thing is we hit cancel and see if the time changes. So it's currently, excuse me, a quarter to noon. Okay. So that does seem like an effective way to pause the game. Connor, good to see you. Been lurking today, but hope you are going well. I am doing well. Thank you. I hope you are too. And I hope you've been enjoying Hollow Knight. So we still haven't figured out what the dining hall is. Let's talk to Anita and Chris. Oh.
Were you looking for me, sweetie?
We have to draw Anita's portrait. I guess we ran out of paper, so we need another sheet of portraits. God, that drawing of Chris is so bad. Like, none of them are very good, but the Chris one is especially terrible. You're welcome. Maupiti is going pretty well, I would say. I feel like I'm starting to feel like we're making real progress. Like, first stream didn't really get much of anywhere, especially due to the bug with not being able to read anything. But we just kind of, figured out the basics of how the game works. So that was useful. Second week, which was last week, I feel like we still didn't make a lot of progress, but we continued to learn more about the game mechanics and started to get a little bit more of a picture of what all's going on here. And this week we're finally starting to make real progress. We already knew about the body showing up on the pier at 9 a.m., but we're starting to learn things and kind of maybe narrow down when that was dumped in the pier and get a better idea of what everyone is doing around that time period, which is really great. And we just learned that a couple guys get shot at around 10 a.m., which is interesting. So lots of exciting things happening. I know we also, on the first playthrough, another body showed up at some point. Right? Who was that? 7. Okay, I think this says 7 p.m. Bruce found a body on the South Beach. Interesting. But we never found out who that was. Persevering with the misaligned graph paper, I see. Impressive. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of all I could do. I could tear out pages and line up two matching sides together, but it's close enough that I can roughly line things up. So it's not too big of a deal. It's just annoying. Okay, this is Anita. I'm going to go ahead and write her name down first. Let's zoom in here and do a terrible drawing of Anita. Whoops. Oh well, it's fine. Good enough for government work. Sarah was briefly possessed by someone's grandpa. Is that referring to the graph paper? Man, they keep getting worse. How is this happening? I'm going to try to fix this chin a little bit. How do I keep getting worse at drawing? It's just, she has, I would say, just straight up brown hair, I think. What she's wearing is interesting. It looks like she's got a sheer shirt with sleeves over top of It's kind of hard to tell if this is just like a bra or bikini underneath, or if there's like a full top since it's cut off like right there. Can we see the game screen? Yeah, sorry. I was talking about it, but you can't see it. So yeah. I should really set up a little game screen in the corner of my drawing scene, but usually it's not necessary. Dang, Anita. Hinton asks, is this Kermite? I don't understand this word you're saying. Please elaborate. Qrmite. Perfect. I'm just going to write sheer and then green. I guess it's kind of yellow and green striped maybe, but I'm just going to do green. Omerta, I think, based on your handwriting. What? I'm so confused. Oh, you're making fun of my handwriting. Okay. It says Anita. Can't you tell? It's very clearly written. My handwriting is normally very neat, I think, but it gets very sloppy when I'm streaming and trying to write quickly. One of the many things I can't seem to do well while streaming. Between her chin and her name. What? Oh, that's what I mean about not leaving enough room for. Yeah. Oh well. I keep forgetting who I'm drawing by the time I'm done with the drawing, so that was why I wrote her name first this time. I knew that was going to happen, that I didn't have enough room, but oh well. Verdantry, hello, welcome, good to see you. What's going on here is that I'm trying to draw Anita, who is this person here that we were talking to. Frequently in the game, we are given a portrait without a name next to it. So I have to figure out who the heck this person is. So I've been drawing everyone and making a note of their name to help me with this situation. Let's see, I should share my other drawings while we're here. So there's the rest of them so far. I think we're close to having drawn everyone. I did commit to drawing them all in pen. So they're very bad drawings, but it's enough to figure them out for the most part. Bob and Chris are the only ones that are surprisingly similar in their like general features. So I might have to make better notes about what's different about them. I'm pretty sure Bob has like some dark shadows on his portrait. Your pure on the graph paper looks like it says pie with an extra flare on the E. I see. Yeah, I could see that. That's just how I write pure. Pies. That's a club I would go to. Same. Why is Bobby Hill named Anton still? That's just Anton. That's played by Bobby Hill in the game. That's all. I've got too many things. I've been getting used to keeping a drink next to me on the desk here. But I've got too many things and I'm worried I'm going to knock it off. So I'm going to be more careful. Maupiti Island just requires me to keep a large amount of things on the desk. Okay. So Anita, this is actually the first time we've ever talked to Anita in the game, I think. So let's ask what she's doing.
Leave me alone.
Oh, okay. Interesting. This is maybe the first time anyone's been that hostile to me without like what seemed like a more obvious reason. I am going to try a couple other questions just to see, but I'm guessing she won't respond to anything. Let's ask about Marie's enemies.
Nobody liked her, anybody will tell you so.
Okay. So she is willing to talk. She's just not willing to tell us what she's up to right now. Would not be able to play this game. Names and faces are not my forte. She's going to club you to death and then call the cops on you. Hopefully not, but that could happen at any time, apparently. Thought everyone adored her. Oh, what did she say? I immediately forgot what she said about Marie. There seem to be conflicting opinions on Marie's enemies.
Leave me alone.
I misclicked. She said nobody likes her and everybody would say so. Oh, okay. That is drastically different than what everyone else has said. Anita. No one likes her. Everyone would say so. This is obviously false. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Anton told us that Anita was jealous of Marie. So we already knew that Anita didn't like her. Let's ask her opinion on Marie's habits.
She always smoked a cigarette and drank a cup of tea before going to sleep. One time she dozed off. She nearly set the sheets on fire.
Oops. Yeah, maybe don't smoke in bed, IMO. Just a suggestion. Especially when you're tired. Let's see. Has a smoke and tea before bed. Nearly set sheets on fire once. Bad news. Apparently Steam gives me notifications for wishlist games that are on sale with a sound alert. That is bad news. Okay, what else can we ask Anita about? Juste's death.
Why him? Why? It's too unfair.
Okay. Strongbox.
I've never seen one on the island.
Okay. Anyone else notice Steam has hardly any Amiga games? I have noticed that. The locked room. I still don't know which locked room this is referring to, but my guess is that it's talking about there's a locked room at Maggie's place.
Whenever a room is empty, Maggie double locks it.
Oh. Oh, so that might have been Marie's room? Interesting. Anita. Whenever a room is empty, Maggie double locks it. So that's kind of interesting. We're going to need 2 keys to get in there, apparently. We don't even have one of those yet. That also, like, from just like a game mechanic standpoint, that room being double locked makes it seem like there's probably really important information in there. But if my assumption is correct that it is Marie's room, like we've been led to believe that Maggie likes Marie a lot, treats her like a daughter. But her like locking that room up really well, preventing me from investigating it, seems a little bit suspicious. 2 keys in a video game? How sophisticated. Let's ask her just about Marie in general.
She was a little bitch. I won't miss her at all.
Damn. Okay. Trying to think what else we should ask. Let's ask about, let's see, 2 to 3 was when someone was hurt on the pier. Oh, also, that's the time when Maggie said someone visited Sue. So it seems likely that Anita was in her room at that time, so she might have noticed something.
Nothing special.
Okay, no. Let's ask a little before and after that.
I was taking a walk. I ran into just behind his place.
Oh.
When he saw me, he cleared out.
Oh, interesting. So that was 1 to 2. Juste's walking. Juste, quote, cleared out. So we now know Juste was alive from 1 to 2. And previously my best guess was that his body was dumped off the pier around 2 to 3. Just because Bob heard someone on the pier then. So we're narrowing things down. Let's ask before that. So that was 1 to 2. 12 to 1.
I didn't pay attention. I was thinking of something else.
Okay. Can't remember if I did 3 to 4. We'll do that again.
I was sleeping.
Oh, okay. 3 to 4 sleeping. And I guess we'll figure out how long she was sleeping before. 4 to 5.
I was sleeping.
5 to 6.
I was sleeping.
6 to 7.
I was sleeping.
7 to 8.
We learned about Juste death from Anton.
Okay. So it seems like most people were woken up around 7. Learned about Juste via Anton. Sleeping till 7, can't relate. Same. That's like, I haven't even gone to bed at 7. A totally normal thing. Oh, Wait, no, those are the same people, I think. Maggie, Anita, and Chris. So let's talk to Chris. It's currently 11, looks like, I think.
What for?
What you up to?
Nothing special.
Okay, okay. Chris. Okay. We know he was at South Beach from 10 to 11.
There were shots fired.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And then 9 to 10.
Everything was as usual. Juste didn't die from drowning. They cut his throat before dumping him in the water.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. We know this. Shoot. 8 to 9. I'm clicking
Nothing
on you.
special.
Okay.
Nothing special.
I clicked on the wrong thing. So he didn't notice that Juice's throat had been cut until 9 to 10, apparently.
Juste didn't die from drowning. They cut his throat before dumping him in the water.
So that was clicking on 7 to 8. Six to 7.
I was in my cabin.
Okay. 7 to 8. Cabin. Okay. He was at Juste's from 8 to 9. According to my notes.
I went to bury Juste.
Oh, okay. Okay. And then he went back to the bamboo's hold. Let's ask about that. Let's see. He is... Okay, so it would have made sense that he would go back to... Like, the bamboo needs some repairs. So he probably just went back to work, more or less. But we'll ask him about it anyway. 9 to 10.
Everything was as usual.
Okay. Let's check this menu. Juice death, strongbox, locked room, shots. Oh, we asked Roy about the shots, but we didn't ask Chris about them because we had been following him and he wasn't being talkative. Also, I completely forgot about this, but before, when we got spotted by Roy, I thought, oh, maybe he won't talk to us at all anymore. But this time that happened with Chris, and now he's talking to us. So that's just like a temporary thing if you get caught, which is good. So I'll talk to him about the shots.
Somebody tried to do away with Roy. I don't know why, but he must know.
Huh. So when I asked Roy about the shots, he said that they were aiming at Chris and he didn't know why they would shoot at him. I don't know. I'm a little confused by what's going on there exactly.
Nothing
I
special.
didn't mean to click that. Let's ask him about the strong box and Juste stuff.
I couldn't say.
Couldn't say. That's a weirdly vague thing to say.
You can't escape destiny.
I think I already asked him about the locked room, but I'm going to ask anyways.
I don't have anything to say about that.
That's what I thought. All right. That's enough chatting, I think. Oh, Chris has left here now, but Maggie and Anita are still here. It's currently noon. So she's still at the garden. And Anita's still at the garden. I am worn out now. Oh, interesting. We don't have the option to choose to like click somewhere on the screen to move from here. So we have Pond Pier in front of Maggie's, at the South Beach, at the well in front of Juste. We're worn out, which we might be able to help a little bit by sleeping, but it'd be great to figure out how to eat. Let's just jump around to some different locations here. So the water is high right now. At noon. And, is the strongbox gone or is this it? It's hard to tell. Water is the healthiest drink. Yeah, sure. Yeah, all the Vern Tree said the garden is a great background. Yeah, all the art in this is pretty fantastic. Really, really nice. And like all the scenes have different versions throughout the day. Like sometimes it just changes the color palette, but like at a certain point it seems to switch to completely different art for the nighttime. I think that's what's going on. I'm going around to different areas and trying to see if I can spot any places to go that we haven't tried already. Oh yeah. Hoop net. Okay. I was trying to remember. I thought maybe there's some item around there, but I guess not. Oh, there is something here. You've put your finger on it. What is that? Let's take. It's in the pocket. A seashell. Why is that interesting? Why is that something we could take? This is, which beach is this? North or south? Shoot. I think it's north. Okay, so let's look at this item better. Self-search. You have at hand a seashell. I'm so concerned that I'm missing something. Like, I can get this close up, but I can't. Like, if we're looking at an item we found before I've picked it up, there's all kinds of actions I can do. I can touch it. I can I can't remember what else. There's look, which sometimes gets us a bigger close up. There's read, which, you know, if it's a book or something, we can read it. That we can do in the self menu. Touch. And I think there's one or two other options that I can't figure out how to do if we've already picked it up. Good luck. I need to respond to the 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. question with, I was sleeping though. Good night. Good night, 6-7. Thank you for hanging out. Hope you sleep well. Seashell. Okay, let's look around a little more. See if there's anything else around here. Coral. Under Maupiti skies. You don't find any clues in particular. Oh, what's that? There's something else over here. A clue? It looks like, I don't know if that's like a fishing hook or something bigger than that. Tick, 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 tick. Wait, let's, before I take it, can I do anything useful with it before I pick it up? Can I smell it? You're missing a sixth sense. All right, I'll just take it. Oh, I think I can hold one more item. That doesn't take. Oh, did I already pick it up? Okay, I've got it now. It is a hook. This is a pleasant beach. I hope there haven't been any horrible crimes here. I mean, not that we know of, but you never know. Let's self-search. You have at hand a hook. That's all. Okay. So yeah, our inventory is full now. Seashell and a hook. I guess we'll continue looking around. Oh. Is that? Like, it's higher resolution. It's a hoop net, which is apparently the same type of net that's on the shore here, but I wonder if we can do something with this one. That doesn't take. Okay. Could we search it? Ah, a fishing line. Okay, so here's the actions we have. Look at, read, smell, take, and touch. Okay. So I guess smell and touch are the only things we're missing out on after we picked it up. A seashell. Coral. A medallion. That is fucking interesting. Okay, I can't pick that up right now, but I'm definitely going to drop things so I can take it. All right, let's drop off That was the hook. Let's drop off the seashell. I feel like those things are not interesting. Oh, those went back where I found them. Instead of doing the little knotted handkerchief thing. Maybe to the French, a medallion is commonplace. I mean, I suppose that's possible, but it looks very interesting. I guess I won't worry about dropping anything else right now. Okay, so let's look at it. You'll notice an opening on the lower edge of the object. Okay. So I guess on the bottom of it? Is this some type of lock? Maybe? Smell. You're missing a sixth sense. Read. Nothing to read. Touch. The stones give way when you touch them. Interesting. I'm gonna touch all the stones. I don't really understand how this game mechanic works. Like, any item we find, we can touch it. And usually it just gives some vague description of what it feels like. This is the first time we've seen something that suggests we can interact with it. So, like, I don't know if we have to sometimes touch an item in the correct spot to make something happen or what. Also, when I stopped in the middle of that briefly, I had the realization that I think if we drop an item, that would allow me to access this full action menu after having picked something up. So that's probably helpful to realize. Okay, I touched all of them. Nothing happened. Let's poke him in the eye too. Okay, so this seems like just a general, like, no matter where I touch on this object, it's telling me this. Interesting. Okay, so we're going to take it. And now we have that. So if I drop that off, it goes in the thing here. And then if I search here, yeah, then I can get to all this stuff. Okay. But I'm going to hold on to that for now because that seems really interesting. I wonder if it's possible that could have been on the strong box or something. I don't know. Something about it just looks a little bit lock-like to me. Silver says, it's time for me to try to sleep as I have a bunch of scheduled stuff for tomorrow. Have a rad night all. You too, Silver. Thank you for hanging out, and I hope you sleep well. And good luck with all your scheduled stuff tomorrow. All right, let's look around a little bit more. We keep finding interesting stuff here, so we might as well be thorough. Oh, free man, you will always cherish the sea. So true. Let's try searching this. I can't remember if we did that previously. You're empty-handed. Okay. All right. We're worn out. Oh, Roy is here. Let's talk to Roy. Shoot. It's like 1:45, I think. Jeez.
Yes.
What's going on, Roy? What you doing?
I'm taking a walk.
Okay. What have you noticed from noon to 1?
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
We now need a third spread in our time tracking grid here. So we're up to 1 p.m. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and then midnight. So this is going to continue to be February 1st. And let's see, these are every 5 squares. So we have Monkey, Bob, Anton, Bruce, Roy. Chris and Maggie. I'm kind of hoping this is the last of these grids we will need. Like, it seems like the game probably ends at the end of this day. Just because we're running out of room on these screens that list all the time periods. For all I know, they're going to add an arrow to click to go to another screen. Oh, sorry, y'all can't see this. This screen here. But my guess is, like, we've got room for probably another 6 or 7 hours. So I think it'll end the game before the end of this day is my guess. Let's see. And on the next page, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And that's it. I'm not going to go past 12 until, if we find out the game goes longer than that, then we'll do that at that time. So on this side, we have Sue, Anita, Marie, and Juste. Well, I guess we don't really need the Juste column anymore, but I'll put it in anyway. There might be notes about him that are worth writing down, even though he is no longer living. Rip Juste. Okay. So I did this to make a note of Roy. This is Roy, right? That's Roy. Being at North Beach at 1 to 2. Remember when the game said Juste was hot? I do. I still don't understand what the game was trying to communicate. It said that when I clicked on a thing that was like part of the stove. Like, it almost looked like a switch or something on the smokestack coming off the stove. I don't know. It was inside his house. Very puzzling. Let's ask Roy about 7 a.m. onward.
When I got to the landing stage, Chris was leaning over Juste's body. He seems to be an expert on cadavers.
Oh, that's interesting. Oh, sorry. Thank you. 7 to 8. That was, yeah. No, that was 7 to 8. So 8 to 9.
Bruce seemed nervous.
Bruce seemed nervous. From 8 to 9. Nervous? According to Roy. Interesting. Oh, I wrote that down under Bob. Wrong guy. Bruce seemed nervous. Okay. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. I'm just noticing, getting a piece of paper to, so like, I'm pretty sure all these notes are about Anton, but then it starts to get a little sloppy here, and like these peers are not lined up well. I'm pretty sure these notes are all for Roy and these notes are all for Bruce. They just kind of shift over to the left a little bit, which is confusing. Hopefully I'm right about who the notes are meant to be for. Like, it's possible I shifted to the right, but I don't think that's the case. I really should have drawn the lines all the way down, but oh well. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and I kind of like not having pen lines, just so I can have a little more space in places where I need it, but some pencil lines would help. So I don't make mistakes like that as much. Oops. Oh no, my pen's bleeding through a little bit. I really did not think of that. That sucks. It's not a huge deal. It's just the more notes I have, the harder it is going to be to read everything. Okay. $1:00. What else can we ask Roy about? Oh shoot, I was going through times. 8 to 9 is the last one I did, so 9 to 10.
Bruce seemed nervous.
Oh. So for that whole time period? Let me double check.
I'm taking a walk.
That's not what I meant. Did you notice? I'm pretty sure we said 8 to 9 before.
Bruce seemed nervous.
Okay. So for that whole 2-hour time period, just drew an arrow to show that whole thing. And then 10 to 11.
Before I had the time to realize what was going on, Chris threw me to the ground. Then there were shots.
Okay, interesting. So that's a little more information about what happened there. So Chris noticed there were people that were going to fire on them before it happened. What is Chris's deal? We were previously told that he seemed to be an expert on cadavers, and now like he's clearly the type of guy that's like very alert. Either that or he had reason to suspect someone might be after him, I guess. Either of which is interesting. I'm just going to make a note that Chris threw Roy to the ground. And that's also like interesting context, like seems pretty clear that Chris was trying to protect Roy. So that was 10 to 11, 11 to noon.
Everybody was in front of Maggie's. They all heard the shots.
Everyone is in front of Maggie's. Unsecret Crush said, usually when I'm nervous, I like to black out the entire evening to focus on that. Sure. Same. Everyone is in front of Maggie's. So the shots were fired at South Beach, which I guess is near Maggie's. Oh, I forgot to update this map. We have a map, realistic map of the island that I had been trying to keep updated whenever we followed someone. I think this is the pond. I'm going to go ahead and label that. We have the pier over here. We have North Beach up here, presumably South Beaches. Oh, you're right. The saloon is at Maggie's, so that makes sense. I'm not sure where exactly South Beach is. Probably over here, I'm guessing, but I won't write it down until we know for sure. Everyone was at Maggie's. Oh, I can't help but think that everyone was at Maggie's because that's around lunchtime. Does that mean the dining hall is at Maggie's? That's where the saloon and like the bar slash kitchen area is. So that was always my best guess for a dining hall, unless the dining hall was on the boat. But why can't I find that? That's so weird. Okay. Let's see. I think we had one more time period. That was 11 to 12, noon to 1.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Roy. All right. I'm going to do a quick save just because I feel like it. We'll do save slot 1. I guess I'm a little nervous I might die at any moment from hunger just because we're worn out. We've been worn out for a while. Let's go to Maggie's. So this open door at the bottom goes to goes to the saloon, and behind there is the bar and kitchen. Let's go in there. But then from here we can go to the kitchen bar directly without like clicking on anything. So if there was a dining hall in this area, I think it would be in this menu. I want to open the piano during the daytime. I just want to see that graphic. Neat. Let's search. I can't remember if I tried that. Not the shadow of a clue. Okay. I can't help but wonder if something might appear in here at some point, just because it's such an interesting thing to be able to open up. Maggie's here, and I lost my mouse pointer? Oh, did I die? Oh. Your lack of psychology has made you persona non grata. McGee was furious. With Anton, she took you to Mahi on board of the Brisbane, and she went to get the police, who took the matter in hand. Check and mate. So this is the same death message I got a little bit earlier in the day. It was, I think, around 7 a.m. And I was outside of Maggie's talking to Anton. And once again, I'm completely baffled as to what exactly happened here. Like, I don't think this is like a private area I shouldn't be in. But it almost seems like maybe Maggie and Anton don't trust me for some reason. Again, maybe it's because I have a stolen item on me. But it's really puzzling. Have you considered that this game doesn't want to be played? I'm positive it doesn't want to be played, but I will finish it. No game kills a player like a long-core game. Yeah. At least we get a nice little tune with it. Home sweet home. Yeah, we are going to load. Shoot. I think that was slot 1. Yeah. I should make a note of, let's see, that was probably, well, let's go ahead and move to Maggie's. Okay, yeah, so it's 2:15 now. So we know Maggie at 2:15. Oh, she's over here. Is in the bar area. And I'm just going to write a note that I got a death here. All right, there was that time we got knocked out briefly when we went into the bar area. When the heck was that? Oh, okay. 11 a.m. on January 31st. We got knocked out at the bar. Oh, I miss Kyle and Eric saying, "How's the PD?" Okay, so before that happened, I was wondering about the 4 doors here. We know, and one of these is Anita's, one of them is Sue's, one of them is locked. I don't know what the fourth one is. I'm pretty sure this door at the bottom on the right is Maggie's room. So let's poke around a little bit. I think this left one is the one that's locked. Yeah. And then I want to say this is Sue's. Oh. Taco Adventure. Hello. Thank you so much for coming by. What were y'all playing today? Oxenfree 2, Lost Signals. Nice. How you been liking that one? Unsecret Crush played the first Oxenfree game. That was like last year on Halloween. And it was really cool. But I haven't heard too much about the sequel yet. But thank you so much for coming by. Hello, if you're new here, I'm Robot Spacer. We're playing Maupiti Island, which is a very cool mystery detective game from 1991 for DOS. I think I like it better than the first. Excellent. It has some really interesting game mechanics. You have to eat and sleep. There's this memory mechanic where you can remember literally any line of dialogue in the game and like use it to point out a contradiction to someone later in the game. You can open any thing that would be openable in real life pretty much, including like a piano that has a like it's a player piano that you can open up and see the mechanics inside. Like any of the doors you see in here, it's really thorough. There's a huge number of items, so you can't use the typical adventure game approach of picking up every item. You have to be very selective. We've also had some interesting game endings that might have been because I took things I wasn't supposed to. So yeah, it's very different from your typical adventure game, but and also very, very difficult. But I've been enjoying it a lot. I was meant to go back and replay it too, but never got around to it. Yeah. So right now we're just trying to figure out. We have not been able to find the dining hall, which is apparently the place we have to go to eat. I'm hoping we can finally get there, but so far it has not gone great. Okay, so this... Oh! So this is Marie's room, I think. It says the scene of the crime. And I can see there's a window that's been cracked. Oh, all this glass has been cracked? We've never been in this room. I'm positive of that. We've been in a room similar to it? Okay, I'm going to go out and check the next room, but then we'll come back here and look around. Okay. So let's see, which, either Sue or Anita was a communist. I can't remember which one. So in this game, we're investigating a woman named Marie has gone missing. And also we've had one of the people has turned up dead during the events of the game. So we're basically just trying to figure out what the heck is going on. At this point, we don't know if Marie is necessarily dead, but it certainly seems like she was probably kidnapped at the very least. Do I not have notes on Sue and Anita? I guess I don't. Okay. Yeah, I want to say it was Anita that's communist. I'm just trying to figure out which room is which. Oh yeah, it was definitely Anita. Okay. I'm going to make a page for notes on both of them. Anita and Sue. I know it was Anita that was communist because the other one was the one that told us that, and we had never talked to Anita until tonight. So let's go in Maggie's room now. I think Maggie's room was the one that was similar to... Yeah, okay. So this is a fairly similar design to Marie's, but definitely different. So we had been in here, but we had never been into Marie's room. It's also interesting that this means that the locked room is something else. I had previously thought the locked room might be Marie's room. And for folks coming in, this is basically a on-paper spreadsheet of like the events of the game. We have hours of the day along the side and people and locations along the top, so we can keep track of different things that go on during the day. I have multiple maps of the game, a realistic map, as well as like room by room breakdown. So we need to add Marie's. I'm out of space for Marie's, but we can squeeze it in here. And then I've also been drawing terrible drawings of everyone's portrait, because sometimes we need to figure out who a person is just based on their appearance. Lots to keep track of. Verdtree says, have you played many of the Japanese-style adventure games? Snatcher, Phoenix Wright, etc. I have not played Snatcher. I watched Silver Streak and OK Retro Zone streamed that. They used to do a series called Quandary Quest, which was really great. They played like mystery games together for a while. And that was one of the games they played. So I've seen that entire game. I would love to play it at some point, but I'm like trying to put some space between watching that playthrough and when I play it myself, just so hopefully I've forgotten as much of it as possible. Phoenix Wright, I've played at least a couple of those. I would guess maybe 3. Oh, we're beat now. That's not great. We might die of hunger soon. But yeah, I really enjoy the Phoenix Wright games. A lot of fun. Taco Adventure says, I played the first Phoenix Wright and it was a trip and a half. Yeah, I know I played the first one, but I'm not sure which other ones I played. Okay, so we have Marie's room, and on this map, I'm kind of trying to keep track of different items we find, which is usually a lot. So generally what I like to do is open everything up that looks openable. And, oh, interesting. There's another room where I was able to open the door and we just got kind of a blue void outside the door, but we can actually see some scenery in this one. That's fun. This looks like it might be something down here. Let's take a look at that. A clue? Ooh, is that a match? Okay. Matches. Okay. Unsecret Crush said, holy shit, I was just trying to Google where the dining hall is and ended up on a GameFAQs thread. And for some reason, Google took me to a page where they're talking not about the game, but about death of family members. Oh, yes. The GameFAQs forum for this game is just people talking about what the fuck ever they feel like posting about. It's kind of wild. It seems like there's a group of people that just finds a game forum that's totally dead, and then they just use it as a chat room. And they used the Maupiti Island forum for that at some point. So they just literally post about whatever they feel like talking about. It's very, very weird. But yeah, this series is very challenging. Maple Mystery said, I played Mortville Manor. It was brutal. Oh, I miss Verdant Tree saying Snatcher is amazing. Best enjoyed on a consumer CRT in a dark room. Yeah, I could imagine. I was also going to say, speaking of Japanese mystery type games, uh, there's a game called Portopia Serial Murders. I think that's correct. That is a very, very early game. And recently I heard a bit more about it and found that it does have, there was an NES port and that version has an English like fan translation available. So I would love to check that out at some point. Kind of fits with the game though. Conan said, "Oh man, if you kicked in their door with a full guide, images, videos, that would be wild. Like a bunch of frat guys partying in your house when you come home from vacation." All right, let's take a look at these matches. I don't know if this is necessarily anything very interesting, but let's... I guess we don't have any way to look at that. So if I drop the matches, yeah, it just goes back to where we found it. Okay, I'm going to carry that for now. Let's continue. Now we'll search everything that we've opened up. Nothing under the bed. Nothing in there. Oh, there we go. We got a lighter. I just misclicked the first time. Doesn't seem too interesting. Lucky Strikes. It's interesting how all the cigarettes are specifically Lucky Strikes. Search. We'll come back to this. I bet there's something interesting on top of this. But let's search a mask. A mirror. A lot of these are items we've seen before elsewhere. Writing paper. There's like very realistic, like the same item found in different places. You know, in real life, lots of people would have similar things. A lamp. That's all. Hydrogen peroxide. That's all. Coral. I'm running out of room here. I guess I'm going to do up here. Coral. Just draw a little arrow. Glass. Oh, there's a piece of broken glass. Interesting. Stone. Oh. Oh, that it's hard to see, but there's like a skull embossed on it. Which reminds me of, we found elsewhere like a medallion, I think is what the game calls it, like a trapezoid shape. And it has a skull on it, and it's got like little pegs in it that seem to be something you can press on. And it was also described as having an opening on the bottom edge. So it was a really interesting item, but we couldn't figure out what to do with it. I do wonder if this might go, like maybe you could push the pegs with it, or maybe it would go in the opening in the bottom. I think our inventory is full. You can only hold 6 items. Yeah. A seashell. That's all. I'm going to make a note. I've been trying to note stone in Marie's room. Just on a sheet, all in one place, like important things that we want to go get if we have to start over at any point. Oh yeah, we did find Gatanes at one point. That's correct. I know Gatanes because Takumi, the worst man in the manga Nana, prefers them. Okay. Verdant Tree said, oh, Portopia got a remake or something recently. Appears to have very bad reviews on Steam. Oh, they implemented AI into the new version. Ooh. I think maybe I heard about that at some point. Generally, when a game has had a modern remake, I very much prefer to check out the original first, even if they've made good improvements to it. I love to like experience an older game and try to like appreciate it in the way someone playing it back then would have. Yeah, we definitely talked about Portopia in chat at some point not long ago. I don't recall who brought it up. So here, let's look at this medallion that I was talking about. Yeah, so here's this thing, which I feel like that stone has to be related to this. I'm just going to drop off this scent. I feel like that's not anything useful. Oh, shit. Somebody's coming in, I think. The game is kind of locked up again. And last time that happened, it was because somebody was coming in. I don't understand why it's freezing up for a while like this, but... Oh, we got this again. I was about to say maybe I died of hunger. Your lack of psychology has made you persona non grata. Maggie was furious. With Anton, she took you to the Mahi on board the Brisbane, and she went to get the police who took the matter in hand. Check in, mate. Verdantry said, I completely agree that Mario RPG Remake just came out and now I want to play the original. I find very often that modern remakes tend to miss the mark a lot as well. It's interesting that you bring up that one because for whatever reason, I'm a little bit drawn to the remake more than the original. But I can't give you an explanation for why that is. Okay. So we'll go back to my last save, which should give us more time to investigate before we get in trouble there. Oh yeah, it is pretty close to 1:30. Okay. I really want to try the stone, so let's do that real quick, and then we'll wrap up. Okay. What was the other item I had picked up? We had 6 items. I won't worry about it. Let's go to Maggie's. Excuse me. Okay. So the stone was in the fish tank, I think. Coral, glass, stone. Okay. You know, a thing I've just realized is I have no idea how I'd use 2 items together. Well, let's stop. So we have the stone now. Let's go outside, where we won't die, presumably. I hope. Without interest or unreadable. Oh, I should have tried touching it. Let's see. If I drop it, then I can touch it. Let's see. If you get this handkerchief in a knot, that's basically a way of indicating there are items you've dropped here. So then we can touch. The stone is rough. Interesting. Look at. No, we don't get a close up. Can't read it. Doesn't smell like anything. I'm really surprised that we're not getting any mention of this skull when I touch it. Okay. But yeah, like we have the medallion in it. Like you can select an item. So this is like my active item because it's in white text. But then the self menu is everything we can do with that item we're holding. So all we can really do is look at it like this or try to read it or drop it. So the only way I could think of to use these items together is if I could, how's my camera going blurry? If I could do something with the medallion first and then use the stone on that, like if it was in the scene in some way, I don't know. Item usage in this game is very unclear. I think the only time we've used an item successfully, I found a key and I just made the key my active item and then tried to open doors that were locked, and that worked. But aside from that, I don't know how you use items. Like, yeah, so maybe like if there was something on the scene to do this action on, we could have the medallion active and then try put. Game Dev Jeff. Game Dev Jeff, thank you very much for 4 entire months of support. I appreciate that a lot. And I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the Garfs hinting. And thank you for the thanks, Jeff. Game Dev Jeff has been working on 2 different games with Pixel Turkey and also recently translated Father World, which Pixel Turkey has been, for a while she was just playing the game for every stream, but now the possibly final boss in the game, presumably, but no one really knows what's after it, is extremely challenging. There's like no record online of anyone beating that enemy. So she's just been playing it for a while. Oh, you know it's the final boss. Okay. I mean, I figured. So she's been playing it for a while at the beginning of every stream. And at one point, she was like 1 hit away from beating him. I am so excited to see the end of that game. I hope I don't miss it. But yeah, let's wrap up. It is time to do that. Actually, let's take a look at all. I love all the things we're making for this game. Like we've got our graph paper, we've got our usual notes, we have multiple types of maps, we have our portraits. I don't know. I like doing stuff like this. It's fun. I do. I mentioned this once a long time ago, but I have a site at robotspacer.tv, and a thing I'd love to do at some point is like photograph all my notes and like put them up on there so you can take a look at them. And ideally, once I like have done that, I can like put up notes as I'm playing games. So like, you know, if I had done that previously, y'all could go to the site and see, you know, last week's notes I made for this game and stuff like that. I just think that'd be fun to do. I don't know if it would interest anyone else, but I would like it. Making a lot of things, still not sure how to use your hands in game. Yeah, that's pretty much it. .tv, huh? Is too close to Maupiti? That's a great question. I did eventually learn that in-game Maupiti is nowhere near where actual Maupiti Island is, which is funny. I can't remember exactly where either one is, though. So, schedule. We will continue this in a week. On Friday, I will be getting back to World Builder. I did a bunch of homework on World Builder the weekend before last, just polishing up lots of little things, which was very productive. So I'm excited to get back to that. I think we'll be able to make a lot of progress. So that's exciting. Geez, lots of people streaming. Sonnevelt's live already? So early. I'm confused by this. Sonneveld never starts early. I got so many choices. Let's go say hey to Sonneville just for the heck of it. Isn't the game set in Mauritius and the real Maupiti is in Polynesia? Yeah, the real one is in Polynesia. I know that's correct. And it sounds like your memory is a lot better than mine, so I'm just going to assume that is correct. But thank you. All right. Mauritius is off the east coast of Africa. Oh, okay. I feel like my geography is not that great in general. There's like a certain places where like, oh yeah, I know where that is, but far greater percentage that I don't know. Thank you all for hanging out. Have a good rest of your week. Take care of yourselves, and we'll see you around.